What up? What up? What up? What up, man? See how many people tune in for this one. Mm. I was trying to edit this into a sports show, but they wouldn't let me change the category. I don't know if they'll give me a chance. Let's hit present. By the way, I got like half sick last night. I don't even know how that's possible, but it did. Like that's what happened. I got like half sick. It's crazy how that works. Oh my god, man. Shout out, man. Wilder got knocked the F out. Woo-wee. My lord. He had that boy walking backward. Man, it's over. Yeah, and I think Wilder had to retire. I think after this match, because after when I saw that knockout, I was like, yeah, it's over, bro. It's over for bro. Shout out to him. He had a nice career. One of the most deadliest, one of the most powerful knockout artists that we had of our time. But he that's crazy what happened. It's crazy what happened. Man. Ooh.
Is this how it ends? Is this the end of Deontay Wilder's career? Finish. He's gone. He's on my.
Yeah. When I saw that, I was like, yep. What what did my boy say in what did that dude say in hold on. What's my damn phone? He said sayonara. But man, shout out to the boy, man. I feel bad because that was his last fight. Oh man, is there a way if I can edit it where oh man. I wish there was like a way that I can edit my live before because I was trying to do it before the show and I still couldn't. Oh, I can turn the mic. Okay. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Making some progress here. I got to do it via my lap. All right. So I'll remember that for next time. I got to do it via my laptop. I got to do it via my laptop before the stream in terms of the YouTube studio if I want people to get the reach. What's it? W. Let me fix this in the meantime. Hey, what's up, Rocky? Yeah, Wilder got KO'd. Watch this, man. I'm gonna put it on a different speed. I still got to edit some things in terms of the tags on my stream. I finally realized how to fix that before the show. Because I was wondering why, like, I'll do like random lives on my phone and I'll get way more views. And now I'm realizing there's certain settings that I do via StreamYard or just on my phone. If I just do it via StreamYard, it gets like like 60 to 70% less views. And then I'll just do it on my phone randomly and I'll get like 700 views. No cap on like one day. So now I'm looking at this. It seems like if I set up a scheduled live stream on StreamYard, I gotta go on YouTube Studio via my laptop or desktop to actually go in and make sure certain things are clicked. So like it's really annoying, but now I know. Now I know. Because I would set it up and I was like, why can I not set it up on my phone? Man. Yikes.
Finish. He's gone. He's on making his count, son. This fight is finished. It's over. Yeah. Big bang. Shaylee Shaw has just knocked out Deontay Wilder. Is this how it is? Is this?
Yikes. He got that he gave him that Kung Pao chicken right there. No cap. He gave him that kung pao chicken punch. No cap. No cap, bro. Man. That's crazy. And yeah, oh yeah, shout out if there's any Real Madrid fans in the stream that pop in. Shout out to you guys for winning the Champions League today. I watched the game. Borussia Dortmund, they effed up because they had like 3 or 4 good chances in the first half. And the problem is with Real Madrid, they're just too lethal in terms of if you don't strike them when they're down, if you don't punish them when they're down, they're going to punish you. And then on top of that, you let Real Madrid take a 1-0 lead in the second half with like 20 minutes left. I was like, oh, it's over, damn. It was over. And then once Vinicius hit that second goal in, I was like, yep, it's over. I was just the way Real Madrid players were celebrating on the pitch, I'm like, yep, it's over, bro. Man, that's crazy, man. That is crazy. Champions League final. Let me get some of these edits done real quick. Oh man. But yeah, I don't know what else I could play in the meantime while I get these edits done. But let's they got some things. I saw some things via the WNBA. Oh yeah, let me put Charles Barkley on repeat.
100% right on these girls hating on Caitlin Clark. Y'all petty girls. I expect men to be petty because we're the most insecure group in the world.
Oh, you are.
Y'all should be thanking that girl for getting y'all ass private charters, all the money and visibility she bring into the WNBA. Don't be petty like dudes. Listen, what she's accomplished, give her flowers. Stop being petty, all you women out there. She got y'all ass charters. She bringing all y'all this money to the table, but y'all being petty like dudes. LeBron, you 100% right. Y'all girls, stop being petty. Kayla Clark, thank you for bringing all that money and shine to the WNBA. Well, you women out there, y'all petty, man. Hey, LeBron, you 100% right on these girls hating on Caitlin Clark. Y'all petty girls. I expect men to be petty because we're the most insecure group in the world.
Oh, you are.
Y'all should be thanking that girl for getting y'all ass private charters, all the money and visibility she bring into the WNBA. Don't be petty like dudes. Listen, what she's accomplished, give her flowers. Stop being petty, all you women out there. She got y'all ass charters. She bringing all y'all this money to the table, but y'all being petty like dudes. LeBron, you 100% right. Y'all girls, stop being petty. Kayla Clark, thank you for bringing all that money and shine to the WNBA.
Well,
You women out there, y'all petty, man.
Okay, I think I got a lot of the edits done. My stream should be going more out there now. Oh man. Oh, so Rocky, you believe that Fury fight, you believe his gloves were loaded. And yeah, you are right. Wilder only has a right hand. Now, like I said, I'm a casual boxing fan, so I don't know the ins and outs of it. But that was a little bit suspect. Fury's win was a little bit suspect. But, you know, that's boxing for you. Boxing is probably the most corrupt sport. Like when it just comes to corruption, yeah, like boxing is like very corrupt. Very corrupt. Okay, so they're saying Cardi B is also trending. Say Cardi B is trending. I wonder why. Why is Cardi B trending? Okay. Let's see why. Let me also put if she's trending, let me also add that into the tags. All right, let's add that also. But it's under sports though. I don't know. I can't do that. Entertainment. But yeah, man. I'm not sure if I should start talking about Caitlin Clark off the jump, but this is a sports show. This is a sports show. So any sports question you have, I got you. Any sports question you got, I got you. Particularly when it comes it's like when it comes to just only thing, don't ask me about hockey. Don't ask me about hockey. I don't know nothing about hockey. Oh man. Oh man. But hopefully, I don't know, maybe the algorithm still is not gonna be able to pick up on my stuff. You see, yes, all the evidence was there. Rocky said one of the cornermen in their second fight was the same cornerman for Antonio Oh hell no! So I know about the Antonio Margarito fight, where he literally had bricks. So I've talked about that before on this channel. That was crazy. And like when Kodo would fall, like the way Kodo was falling down and just asking for breaks in the middle of the fight. I've never seen Kodo do that. So that was very weird to me at that time. And then when I found out, I was like, okay, that makes sense. You had literal bricks. So yeah, when Kodo had that rematch with Margarito, I was so happy he beat him. Like that was probably the happiest I ever felt for like a boxer that I didn't really like. Kodo I have like a lot of respect for, but he wasn't like my favorite boxer. You know what I'm saying? But I had a lot of respect for Kodo. So especially after what happened. So I will say this: whatever neurological problems that Kodo has, Margarito and his estate or whoever's his kids, they need to take care of him because that was criminal. That was absolutely criminal. But let me look on my phone on why Cardi B is trending before I look it up on Twitter because I feel like if I if I go via Twitter live, I don't know what I'm gonna see because Twitter, it's you scroll through Twitter, you're gonna see stuff. You gonna see stuff when you go on Twitter. So I gotta be very careful when I scroll. I gotta be very, very, very careful when I scroll on Twitter. Let me check something. Let me check why she's because I'm not gonna check it live here. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not, man. That's crazy. I would never do such a thing. Okay, let me put it on this in the meantime while I search on Twitter on why Cardi B is trending. Because yeah, if you search up Cardi B on Twitter, that's suspect as hell. Happy Pride Month. Oh Lord. Okay, why is she trending? Gonna share this tab instead. What's going on with her? Also on June 15th, she's gonna be in New York for a show. Los Angeles, California for a show. Damn, she hitting all the A-list spots. Yeah, I don't know why she's trending. Maybe I saw something on Twitter where she was talking to Tasha K. I mean, she was talking about Tasha K. So I don't know. I don't know if that's why she was trending. I have no idea. I have no clue. I have nothing to say then on that end. But she is trending. Let's see. Latest. Yeah, I don't see nothing. I don't see nothing crazy. I don't see nothing crazy. I don't see anything crazy for now. For now. Let's hit the explore. Let's see what's trending. Oh, another thing. You know who my favorite low key who my favorite WNBA player is right now? My favorite WNBA player is this this person. I would what's it? Camila Cardoso, whoever this girl is. I would hire her to be like my apparently she made her WNBA debut today too. Oh, so I guess she was injured. Oh, so she wasn't even starting with Angel Reese yet? Oh, wow. So today was her first day that she started with Angel Reese. All right, that's good. Like if I if I needed a bodyguard, I would hire Camila Cardoso. Cardoso. I would hire her. She about let me look up her metrics real quick. Camila Cardoso. She's like I said, she's I think a two-time champion if I'm not mistaken. I know she won the championship for South Carolina this year. I don't know if she won another one, but she is Brazilian, so she's made of different stuff. She's 6'7". Now, I don't know if anybody from the chat is from Connecticut, but there's this club that I played at in I don't want to say, I don't even want to say the city. And I remember I saw this female bodyguard. And you know how I always say, oh man, female bodyguards, I wouldn't have one. But I saw one. She was at least 6'8", at least 6'7", 6'8". No exaggeration. That was a tall, built girl. She wasn't fat. She was like built, almost like a model in terms of I'm talking about she had full package, but she's like 6'8", 6'9". Like people were literally looking at her like, damn, what do I even do with that? Like, like men were literally looking up to her like, man, what do I even do with that? Now her like, yeah. So I remember seeing her and I was like, damn, she's like low key, she pretty too. But I'm like, what do I do with that? I can't do anything with that. She's 6'8". That girl was a tower. It was a bodyguard. She was doing security for this club in Connecticut. I don't even want to say the city, but just off the metrics, people might know who I'm talking about. People might know who I'm talking about. People were there were men looking at her. When people say, "Oh, you know how women be like, "Oh, men are intimidated by me." That's not true, but I will say for her, yes. Yes. But like I said, like when, the stuff that women like tend to humble brag about, it actually apply to the women that it actually applies to. They don't brag about it at all because they don't have to say anything. Because if you saw her, it was like she was a freak of nature. She was a freak of nature. Like she was like well built. Like it was weird. Like cause she didn't have no skimpy stuff on. She just had a shirt, her security vest, and her regular black security pants on and some boots. And and she had appeal. And she had beauty appeal. But she was like not wearing any makeup. Black girl too. Black girl. So I was just like, what? But she was that was a strong woman. I was like, you know what? I would hire her as a bodyguard. First of all, it actually helps to have a female bodyguard in today's day and age because there's gonna be because now that the tide has turned, you see how like you'll have women putting their hands on male celebrities or male men in general, and they just think they can just get away with it. Now sometimes you'll have the male bodyguards or the male security, they're like caught up in a catch 22. They don't know whether to intervene, you know what I mean, whether to it's a conundrum. But uh if you have a female bodyguard, she's basically free to pull out that gap. She's free to put her hands on somebody. So you're gonna need a solid female security guard that can move. Not like one of those big brick houses. And you probably do need a female security guard like that, but you're gonna need a physical freak of nature as a female security guard. And like I said, because Cardosa, she's Brazilian, so she's made of different stuff. So she's not made of American fluff. So she probably has a different type of strength. South Americans, they eat different. They eat different type of stuff, man. Like, the NBA player Barbosa, and he's like 6'4", 6'5", but he's one of the stronger NBA players I've ever seen. So, like, in terms of just strength, he's a very strong uh player for an NBA guy. He's very strong. Oh shoot, my thing started glitching. Not sure what that was. My thing started glitching, but you said usually only NFL and boxing. Hold on. You said I don't follow basketball like that. Only NFL and boxing. The NFL is basically ruined now because now they've banned hip. Was it? They banned the hip drop tackle, whatever that is. They banned it, so you can't even do like regular tackles anymore. So I'm wondering how the NFL is going to be this year. I'm very curious to see. Um, the NFL, I have a love and hate relationship with the NFL because it's regarding this. Like, when it comes to the NFL, I like watching the NFL, um, because I do like seeing the best athletes go at it in America. But the problem is, it's I just don't like how it's the NFL is eating itself. They keep changing the rules whenever somebody gets hurt, particularly if like a quarterback gets hurt, and then they want to and they end up eating themselves with these rules. Like, I remember, like, one of the worst moments for me watching the NFL was when Aaron Rodgers got hurt, right? In 2017, I think, or 2018. I think it was 2017, because Aaron Rodgers is injury prone. He got put a regular tackle got put on him by the Vikings player. I think it was Anthony Barr. I could be wrong. It was either I think it was Anthony Barr that put the tackle on him, and then it kind of landed on Aaron Rodgers' shoulder. And because Aaron Rodgers was out for the rest of the year, they were just like, okay, you can't put your weight on quarterbacks when you tackle them. And I'm like, so how? I'm like, how are the defensive ends? How are they supposed to tackle him? Like, it was the worst thing. Like, I was like, so now I'm like, you're gonna get these you're gonna get these players hurt stopping full speed. Like, I'm like, how is that supposed to work? This is why I have so much respect for Aaron Donald. Who else do I got? Like, I have so much respect for Aaron Donald for him to still be dominant with these rules. But I just don't like how for particularly the NFL, they will you'll have these commentators, they will say Tom Brady's the GOAT, but I'm like, you can't even tackle him. They'll say Patrick Mahomes is the best player, but I'm like, okay, he's might be the best quarterback, but the best player? I mean, they can literally tackle, they can when it comes to running backs, tight ends, they can tackle them on their knees. They'll go full blown at these guys' legs. I saw Nick Chubb's legs snapped. I saw Nick Chubb's leg snap. The guy went for a beeline straight to Nick Chubb's leg. You can't even do that to quarterbacks. But then you're gonna tell me the quarterback is better than everybody else, but you can't tackle him like everybody else. This has been my problem with the NFL, particularly since Tom Brady and Peyton Manning established themselves as the best quarterbacks of their era. They changed way too many rules to help these guys survive. Way too many rules. So it's not, you know, like, yeah, like, that's how. So Rocky said it's a passing league now. No power running. It's trash now. I used to like watching. You know who I used to really like watch? I used to like watching particularly these teams. The Seattle Seahawks. I'm talking about when they started winning with the Legion of Boom and when Marshawn Lynch was running the ball. You think I watched the Legion of Boom to watch Russell Wilson play? Man, get the fuck out of here, man. I man, I watched the Legion of Boom to see Marshawn Lynch run the ball. Straight up. Marshawn Lynch was one of my favorite players to watch. Just run the ball. One of my favorite players to me was Rob Gronkowski. You know what I mean? Like the amount of look at the tackles that Rob gets. Look at the like if you look at his career, like people would make beelines at his they would beeline tackle him for his knees. They like coaches were coaching their players, you have to tackle him at his knees so you can take him down. And so they will say that, right? Like, and you just, you just and then they'll tell me, "Oh, Tom Brady's the GOAT." I'm like, "How?" Or Patrick Mahomes will pass the ball to Tyreek Hill. Tyreek Hill will take the ball all the way to the house, and then Patrick Mahomes will get all the credit. It, you just and no, it's no disrespect to Patrick Mahomes, but I'm like Tyreek Hill did all the work. He did all the work, you know. Oh shoot. First of all, I did see that comment, the Vegas comment. That is true. So Rocky said the important question: would you smash Caitlin Clark? Um, n- I've s- I've smashed worse, but since she is on the tall side, I would say no. I would say I would say no. All right, because she is on the tall, lanky side. I don't find Caitlin Clark attractive at all. I've seen like particularly like I'll see like some black dudes on Twitter, they try to hype her up, saying that she got some appeal, and I'm like, I don't see it. I don't see it. No disrespect to Caitlin Clark, she is saving the WNBA, but she has no sex appeal. Like, what's like she's actually prettier without the makeup. When Caitlin Clark puts the makeup on, she looks worse. Actually, that's just my opinion. Like, let me see this. Let me show you guys something, okay? But by the way, I told you Camila Cardosa, that's my favorite WNBA player. I would hire her to be my security guard. She's 6'7". This is a powerfully built person. But I'll let me when it comes to Caitlin Clark, like I don't like Caitlin Clark here, right? So right here, like her regular, right? She doesn't look bad here. She just looks regular, 3 out of 10, 4 out of 10. You know what I'm saying? Um, but when she's actually like when Caitlin Clark gets glammed up, she looks worse. I don't know how, like, you see how like she gets all glammed up here, right? She actually looks worse when she gets glammed up. She actually looks better without the makeup. Like here, she doesn't look too bad here. That's because she has no makeup on, but it's like like for me, I don't even consider Angel Reese that pretty, but she's like Angel Reese is prettier than Caitlin Clark. She just is. She just is. Now Angel Reese is a lot taller. So she like Angel Reese is like she's 6'3". So I would even have a chance at an Angel Reese. I would have more of a chance with a Caitlin Clark, right? But Caitlin Clark, she has like to me, she has like zero appeal. No disrespect. No disrespect. Now I do have questions on because she is allegedly, she's straight, allegedly, right? But at the same time, we know when it comes to WNBA players or just female basketball players in general, most of them swing both ways. Or sorry, let me rephrase it. Most of them are most young adult female basketball players are, let's be honest. Those are just facts. So a lot, like, trust me, like, I've been on campus with some of these people. Like, even I'll say this, some of America's favorite female basketball players, they think they're straight, but they're not. Like, they're I'm talking about, there's a lot of them that are married and everything with a man, but they that's just a front. They like women. I would okay. Oh yeah, shout out to you, Angel, man. I saw you, man. What's up, bro? Walt Chamberlain, shout out to the War Band. Walt Chamberlain from the War Band, shout out to you, man. He said, "Let me fix my mic so I can read." Okay. He said, "I can only imagine the hatred in the locker room gossip from the Butch WNBA girls." Yeah, when it comes to the WNBA, if you are straight, they're not gonna like you. That's why Skylar Diggins was having a lot of problems at first when she came into the WNBA. People forget, like, Skylar Diggins, like, she's pretty. That was a pretty girl and she's straight, but she had a lot of problems. Candace Parker, she came in straight and then came out lesbian. Let's be honest. But because she was the prettiest when Candace Parker was in the WNBA, since she was the prettiest at the time, quote unquote, she got into the most fights with most of the Butch NBA players. He said Caitlin Clark already has bad stress lines starting to appear. Yeah, Caitlin Clark, hopefully she gets married right away, because it's not gonna get better for her. No disrespect. Like I said, no disrespect to Caitlin Clark. I don't want to, because particularly when it comes to female athletes, I do want to give them their respect, and they're trying to play sports. You know what I'm saying? They want to be known for their sports. A lot of them. I'm not gonna say most, but a lot of them do want to be known for their sports. So I'm gonna give them that respect. So I won't OD go on their looks, But Caitlin Clark, she needs to, because they say that she has a boyfriend, but she needs to get married ASAPidly, because that's not. She's not gonna get any prettier. No disrespect. I say that respectfully. So Angel said, I heard 30% of the WNBA are lesbians. That's more like 60 to 70%. That's not 30%. It's more like 60%, 60 to 70%. Oh man. But yeah, man, shout out to you, bro. Shout out to Walt Chamberlain from the War Band. It's always a pleasure when War Band members come through, man. That's crazy. Say Rocky says, I wish I was a pro athlete or famous for my physicality, not like a pro wrestler, but a legit athlete. What sport? But with what sport? You know what I mean? Like, for me, I always said, like, I wish I was born in another country so I could just play soccer. And I just wonder how it would have turned out for me if I played soccer. Like, say if I grew up in the Netherlands or France or England or Portugal or Spain. I just wondered how it would work out for me if I actually was in an environment where soccer was promoted. I believe if I was playing soccer overseas and I grew up there, I feel like I would be a pro soccer player. I think so. Because America is the hardest place for you to go pro, but it's the worst quality of soccer worldwide. It's the weirdest thing. It's the weirdest thing. In America, it's the hardest place to go pro for soccer, even though we're the worst. I don't even know how that even works. But what's beautiful about overseas, they have promotion, they have relegation. I believe I would be playing for one of the bottom tier, pro league, not playing for a lot of money, but I believe I would be a pro level soccer player where I'd be playing like second tier division German football or something like that. I believe the skills that I had when I was a kid, if I grew up overseas, I would have been way further along. But the problem is, soccer in America, there's way too much politics involved. High school soccer is almost a waste. It's That's one of the worst decisions I've ever made in my life, doing high school soccer. Academy soccer is even worse, um, because it's not even about your skills, it's about the money. And at least the MLS academies, if you do make an MLS academy, you get a full scholarship. You don't have to pay for anything, but it's just the graduation process is they don't they because and what's beautiful about soccer overseas, you can go pro at 16. It's just common for players to get their professional debut at 16, 15 years old, you know what I mean? And they can just work it out from there, but here in America it's just so bad. Like, it's just so bad. A lot of the times I wish I played a different sport in America. It's just there's no promotion, there's no relegation here. Like, there's so much wrong with soccer here in America. First of all, we call it soccer where everybody else calls it football worldwide. That's already a problem. You know what I mean? And just yeah, just the American way of doing things when it comes to sports. It's such a it's I have such a big problem with how things are done here. A huge problem. And I've had these problems, I'm talking about since middle school, you know. So Rocky says I would have been football or boxing. But here's the problem, Rocky. If you played football, like, if you're not a wide receiver or a QB, you're basically wasting your time. Because the problem with these sports, particularly American sports, if you're a certain height, especially when we're talking about basketball, you're not even gonna have a chance if you're like a certain height or a certain weight class. The reason why I like track, you know what I mean? These sports, cricket, soccer, tennis, your height is not like a huge, meaning if you end up being the normal average height, you can still play these sports at a pro level. But it's the way American sports works is just way too much on your size. Because at the end of the day, basketball, football is a big man sport. But particularly when you talk about basketball, that's a big man sport. Like, I would still be able to be a running back in American football, a running back, but still, it's like running backs get the worst end of the stick when it comes to money, because they know they don't even pay the running backs outside of Christian McCaffrey, but they don't pay running backs. They should have a system where the running backs can get real money paid straight out of college. But like I said, the way sports is done in America, I have a huge problem with it. Just in general. Just in general. And by the way, I hope USA basketball. I hope they enjoyed this last Olympics. I think after this Olympics, they're not going to win gold medal in basketball for a while. And people might disagree with me. People might disagree with me, but because I think USA's basketball in just the program in general, I think it's overrated because we were the only ones in the world playing it. That's why we were so dominant. Now the rest of the world has caught up. The best basketball players in the NBA are not even American. So like I said, I hope you guys enjoy your LeBron, Steph Curry, KD, and these people once, because they're gonna hit their last Olympics and then they're gonna be out. I hope people enjoy these guys, because after this Olympics, that's it. You see, Walt Chamberlain said MMA is somewhat easy to go pro in. Yes, that is true. Because I've seen people literally get recruited out of like fire stations and and dive bars, and then they become MMA professional MMA fighters. That is true. And some of them even to the entertainment league. Was it WWE, which is obviously fake, but if you do mixed martial arts, there's a lot where you could there's a lot more options worldwide that where you can be successful. This is very true. Yes, this is true. Rocky said, I just want my money and sexy woman, damn it. I would legit sell my soul for it. I will say this, Rocky is not worth it. I'm telling you because I've been in these spaces. I don't want to say the names. There's an artist I just recently worked with, and he just hit like a magazine. I can't tell you who, but I'm telling you, it's a bit overrated. And I know because it's easy to say when you're kind of like there, but I'm always background in these situations. And when you're there, when you see it, it's overrated. You're you know, don't take this the wrong way, but 304s are they're overrated. I just want like me when it comes to soccer, I just want to play it just to shine, just to shine and just play it. Uh, I don't give a fuck. Like I would, I would if somebody told me, look, you can't have sex with no women, and I will give you a contract with um Real Madrid, but you can't have sex with women for 3 years. The 3-year contract that you have, you can't have sex, but I will put you in a pro level soccer team and you will play. I will take that in a heartbeat. I will take that in a heartbeat. And I'll be like, that's all I got to do. Sign me up. That's how much I love the game. It's the 304s, nah. So Rocky said USA basketball ain't been ish since the 2000s. These are facts. Those are facts. Low key basketball kind of died ever since they started changing the rules because they got scared about you know, the malice in the palace, and when you got well, let me just stop there. I don't want people to think I don't want people to think I'm being disrespectful. Oh man. Man. Oh, what's up to Carlos X? He says, been a long time coming. International players have been coming up since the 90s. From Sabonis to Sabonis, the way defense is limited, it has accelerated their dominance. And then on top of that, when you got guys like Luka saying, like, yo, when I came to the NBA, it's a lot easier than scoring in Europe. That's because in the NBA, these ninjas do not play defense. These ninjas just straight up do not play defense. Like, I don't know what happened because I remember back in the days where basically when you study the 90s and the 80s players, these ninjas play defense. Like Michael Jordan, yes, he was a scoring machine, but he was he was the best, also the best. He was also the best defender on the court outside of Scottie Pippen. He would lock ninjas up. You got all the guys from the past, Hakeem, um, all these players, they were great defensively as well. Kobe Bryant, great defensively. They would lock ninjas up back then. Like for real, like the point guards, even then, these guys, like outside of Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, all the superstars, they were great defensively as well. No disrespect to Magic, but he just didn't have the athleticism like that. But at the same time, Magic could play like he was like Magic Johnson was like more than a point guard. He was like he was like everything. He could play like 4 positions. He was like more than a point guard. Isaiah Thomas was great defensively, even at like 5'11", 6 feet tall. You know what I mean? Like, so back then, like players back then, they would really play defense. Michael, like when it's like the best player in the league, where it's like, and he's playing lockdown defense. You know what I mean? That's where Gary Payton, the glove, right? Like the best, like the stars, the superstar players would play defense. Like nowadays, these ninjas play no defense, bro. These ninjas play no defense. And then you got these players be 7 feet tall, want to be shooting threes and shit. I don't know what is wrong with these people. Got Joel Embiid trying to play, shooting all these jump shots and step backs. This dude is like 7'3". Get your big self in the post and post these ninjas up, please. My God. Oh man. So Rocky said, "Where can I find TRT or HGH? I have to offset the aging that comes with being 36." LOL. I don't. I think you can get that from your like you can get like a testosterone test and be like, "Look, I'm low on testosterone. I need to be on testosterone replacement therapy." But you got to go via your doctor. If you get that shit online, I think something's crazy is gonna happen. Oh man. Yeah, man. Get your man straight up. Tell MB get yourself in the post. This dude be doing like a little jump. We got the and shout out to Wenbayama because I like him too. He's very talented, but guys, these guys is too big to be doing all these step back threes. And how about this Jason Tatum, right? He's 6'10". But like a lot of the times, I think he forgets that he's 6'10" because he be trying to. He thinks he thinks he's Kobe Bryant, and he be trying to do these these level 100 difficulty jump shots. When at the end of the day, if his jump shot is not falling, man, just use your size to your advantage. You're 6'10". Drive to the hole. Just makes no sense, man. Makes no sense. Yeah, mid range. There's no ain't no there's no variety no more. Like I remember in like there used to be I'm telling you, in the mid 2000s, I know I was a young kid, but there was all types of players. You would have your 3-point specialist, you'd have your slasher, you'd have your big man, you'd have your what do you call it? You would have your stretch fives, you'd have your power fives, you'd have your power fours, you have your stretch fours. You had a real variety of type of players you had. You had your slasher point guards, you had your more balanced point guards, you had your point guards that were small, probably you'd have your bunch of small point guards that were like 5'11", 6 feet tall, 6'1", and then you'd have your bigger point guards. You'd have a real variety of type of players that you would able to see, right? But now it's just everybody's doing the same thing. Everybody trying to do these threes. Just the 3-point shooting contest. And then they're wondering why and then they wonder why now WNBA has more the college there was more recognizable stars in women's college basketball than men's college basketball because there's no originality. There's no originality. The only male college basketball player people knew was LeBron James' son, and he's nowhere near ready for the NBA. Even though he has all the tools, like to be fair to Bronny, he did suffer a heart attack, but he needs at least 1 or 2 more years of college basketball. But before to in my opinion, before he gets drafted. But he's the most recognizable name because there's no variety. There's no variety. There's no variety. I'm like in the early, like, man, I just saw a comment. Carlos X from Muggsy Boogs through Manute Ball. That's literally like the kind of variety that the NBA used to have. Now, anybody that don't understand, Muggsy Boogs was 5'3". Muggsy Boogs had a 12-year playing career at 5'3". And these ninjas be like 6'7", 6'8". They don't want to play no defense. Like you know. Hey yo, man. Hey yo. To have a 12-year playing career at 5'3", that's to me. That's first of all, people don't even understand how ridiculous that is to be in the NBA at 5'3" and you have a 12-year playing career and you're like at one point like one of the more respected players. People don't even want to play against you because he was so good at defense and he was probably like the fastest player in the league at one point. And then you have Manute Ball, who's like 7'7" or 7'8", lanky ass player right there. And I think he could shoot like Manute Bol. I think he could shoot as well, if I'm not mistaken. So he had like an interesting skill sets, but you had a range of skill sets that people could. But now everybody's trying to do the same thing. No fundamentals. When you look at and I do have to blame LeBron James for this because now what happens is let me tell you what's wrong with basketball nowadays from a soccer player's standpoint, right? But from the outside looking in, this is the problem with basketball in with the young players. You'll have these high schools or these AAU teams, and they're stacked. You got these players now; they'll all be like 5-star recruits, and they're all playing on one team. They're people are more focused on stacking the deck instead of leading my own team in high school or in or especially AAU, where you got these players. It's just stacked, just these stacked ass teams, and it becomes a dunking contest. But it's like you got like a stacked ass team full of 5 stars playing against bin men. You know what I mean? Like straight, like like just random ass players. Like I remember when I was a kid, I remember you'll have a district or say you'll have a district, but all the best players, they had their own team. So you'd have the best player going against the best player and his team, the best player and his team. But now the problem is in a district, you'll have all those best players. Now all the best players are all on one team. You know what I mean? Or particularly when it comes to AAU. In AAU, back in the days, especially I remember in like those New York tournaments that I would see, all the best players, they would each have their own team. They would all have their own squad. That's I respected that. Like they would do their technically they would do their own recruiting. You know what I mean? But LeBron James low key kind of ruined that because with the money that came the money that LeBron was generating from high school through him being in the pros. So LeBron has his own way of doing things. I'm not gonna say I don't respect it or I don't like it, but I sound like Birdman now. I like what you're doing, but I what you're doing. But it's like because of that whole stacking the deck stuff, I don't like that. Back in the day, all the best players they would have their own teams. They wouldn't be on the same team. The best players wouldn't even be on the same team like that. You'd have a duo at most. And like it would be a duo. Like I miss the teams where it's just like, okay, it's Michael Jordan, but then the second best player is Scottie Pippen, even though he's elite as well. But it's a respectable duo where Jordan is clearly the alpha dog of the team, and there's nobody else on the team that you know what I mean. Like I respect that. You know what I mean. Those are the teams I'm looking for. Or like Kobe Bryant's team. In 2009 or 2010 when he won it, right? It was just him. He was the guy, and then you had Pau Gasol that was right underneath him, and then you had the rest of the team full of whips, defensive whips. I miss teams like that. Now LeBron James will be mad because he doesn't have a 5-star point guard, a 5-star shooting guard, and a 5-star set. I mean, you can't have everybody. I mean, damn. You know what I mean? No, Bronny got a heart attack because he took that shot. That's not steroids. That's he took that shot, if you know what I'm saying. He said Muggsy Boogs. V said Muggsy Boogs is awesome, man. What's up, V? But yeah, man, Herb's Desire said so Harp's Desire said, I think if you're gonna hop on the juice, wait till you're 50. Rocky said, are you speaking from experience? Oh man. But anyway, man. Anyway, man, shout out to um yeah, before I even go on there, let me hit the WNBA again. Cause let me give you my official opinion on the WNBA. Let me give my and what's happening to Caitlin Clark. I'm gonna give you my official opinion on the treatment of Caitlin Clark. I'll give you my I'll give you my opinion. I'll give you my opinion. You know what I mean? Let me give you my opinion on her. Because this is like people might disagree with me when I say this, but I believe everything that is happening, right? Carl, oh, hold on for a second. Carlos X said, "Got La Bum and the Snake." Yeah, that is true. Kobe's Lakers were a lot more stacked than the Kobe stands will, because Kobe's teams were low key stacked. It's just the Kobe stands could be the Kobe stands can get a little bit annoying. Not as much as the LeBron stands or the Jordan stands, but the Kobe stands they can get a little bit annoying. Or basically they won't like Kobe stands will not give nobody else credit. Like when remember when Giannis was like the best player in the NBA for a little bit, they just would not give him his credit just because he wasn't shooting pretty jumpers and stuff like that. And the problem with the Kobe stands, if you're not shooting it or scoring it in an artistic way, they act like you don't count as a basketball player. That's my problem with the Kobe stands. Um, so that's my personal beef uh with them. But going back to the WNBA and Caitlin Clark, I believe everything that's happening with Caitlin Clark, her being targeted by the Butch WNBA players, us talking about Angel Reese, us talking about the WNBA in general, I think this is actually good for the WNBA. And this is I know people are gonna say, like, what? This this is my proof. Look how much we're talking about the WNBA. I have not talked about the WNBA so much in a span of 3 to 4 months. I've talked so much about the WNBA so much in the last 3 or 4 months than I have in my life. All because of just the drama. Drama sells. Drama sells. The drama between Caitlin Clark and the alleged beef between her and the rest of the players. People are watching. People are watching. So I'm torn because obviously what's happening to Clark is wrong in terms of her being targeted. But like I said, it's weird because more people are talking about the WNBA than they've ever had in a while. So I'm torn because eventually they might have to give her the Tom Brady treatment, meaning you see the treatment that the NFL gives Tom Brady, which I believe he doesn't deserve. I believe Caitlin Clark to save the WNBA might need to give Caitlin Clark the Tom Brady treatment, meaning they might need to protect her a little bit more. So you know what I mean? Yeah, yeah, you see, Rocky. You see, I like I like what you're saying, Rocky. So Rocky's he's hitting it right on the head. He said, and they are deliberately targeting her for ratings. Everybody is in on it. That's what I because I'm watching. So when I'm seeing the female player, I don't know if anybody saw this the other day, where one of the female players was taking a free throw, and then when she was done taking the free throw, she just went straight to Caitlin Clark and started going crazy. I was like, what? So this is all for ratings, in my opinion. Everybody knows Caitlin Clark is here. The camera's on. It's almost like Caitlin Clark reminds me of this. Anybody watch? Do you guys watch the Ball Is Life YouTube channel? Ball is Life. So you'll have Ball is Life come through these random parks, right? These street parks, right? And you'll have the East Coast squad or the West Coast squad. One of these guys, uh, I forgot their names, but they bring cameras to these street parks. And once these cameras come through, the random ninjas that they're playing on the street, all of a sudden they start acting different once the cameras start coming on. And they usually don't act like that, but because the cameras are there to watch the Ball is Life, now they start doing some weird stuff. Now they start talking trash. Now they start talking, oh, I don't care that these cameras are here. You see what I'm saying? So Carlos X, he's right on point. He said they're pushing the race thing and the straight and let's be honest thing. So they're pushing that drama to get ratings up for the WNBA. That's why I'm saying I'm torn because I believe this is on purpose. I believe this is all. This is unfortunately one of these things where it's like, what's it? All publicity is good publicity, even though I don't believe in that. But for the WNBA, yes. For the WNBA, yes. All publicity is good publicity for the WNBA, specifically for the WNBA. So they're allowing this. I think players are doing this on purpose. They want their moment to shine. And then on top of that, I believe coaches are incentivizing this. I believe owners up top are pushing. They're saying certain things to players, and then the players are reacting to the court to Caitlin Clark. You know what I'm saying? They're doing this. They're pushing it. They're pushing it, and they're all doing this for ratings. That's what I believe. So this is actually all good and for a ratings perspective for the WNBA, believe it or not. So like I said, I've never talked about the WNBA so much, I'm talking about I've never talked about female basketball, women's basketball so much in this past 5 months than I have like in my whole life. So clearly they're doing something right. So I believe they're allowing this to happen now. If Caitlin Clark gets seriously hurt, then they're going to implement the Tom Brady treatment, which I believe they should kind of give Caitlin Clark to save the league. But like I said, I think they're allowing this to fester because it's for good ratings. So now anytime Caitlin Clark turns on, people are gonna be like, oh man, let's see what she goes through now. Not only can she give us points, but let's see the players that are targeting her. Let's see if we can. It's all drama. It's all drama, right? So, like for example, I'm pretty sure ratings went up whenever the pit. Well, I don't know if that's a good example, but I'm pretty sure the ratings were up when the Pistons faced the Bulls. Even though I don't think that the Pistons were like these like rough edged people that I really that they were marketed to be. Because if you actually look at the Pistons, they were actually one of the smaller teams in the NBA. A lot of people don't know that. But one of the few teams that really implemented that three guard system. Anyway, fights sell, conflicts sell. And that whole race thing, they do that in boxing all the time. All the time. They do that, like what Carlos X was talking about with the race thing and they do that in boxing all the time. Just to let you guys know, they do that in boxing all the time. All the time. They did that with Floyd Mayweather. Mayweather played on that perfectly. Mayweather played on that perfectly. He was very smart in where, especially Mayweather, he went the 50 Cent route and making sure he got the public to hate on him so much that they would watch him to hope that he would lose. So that's a different level type of marketing. You know what I mean? That's that's a different type of marketing. Northern Lights Entertainment says, you want to stop this? If I own her rights, I tell the league commissioner it stops now, or she plays only home games and screw the league. Let them draw their 5,000 per game while we sell out our season. Yeah, that's a good idea. But, you see. But like I said, maybe I should be a little bit more, how do I say this? I maybe should be a little bit more sympathetic when it comes to Caitlin Clark and her getting unnecessarily fouled. But like I said, I'm a soccer player at heart, right? I'm so used to I'm talking about in soccer. In soccer, it don't matter if you're the best player, you get fouled the shit out of. I'm talking about you can, particularly in Europe, in South America. America is a little bit different. America is it's different because you're dealing with you're dealing with different people. But I'm talking about soccer in South America, in Europe, and even in Africa. You can be the best player, you can get fouled the shit out of. And I'm talking about by the whole team. And it'll just be like, it's just another day. Like Messi, I'm telling you, Messi, even when you're talking, even in his last years in Barcelona and PSG, he still got fouled the shit out of. I've seen. Let me show you guys something real quick. Because I don't really see, because the fouls that Caitlin Clark is getting, the unnecessary shots. I be getting those shots even like when I be doing street soccer with people that I know. It'd be like people that I know and they'll do that to me. But it's like it can get that physical. And I'm not even a physical player. But usually, like when I'm playing in the streets, I'm usually the best player on the on the pitch. But let me give you guys an example. Let me show you guys something real quick, because soccer is a little bit different when it comes to the quote unquote cheap shots. Messi would get fouled so much. Another player that gets fouled a lot, Neymar gets fouled. Would get when Neymar was playing, when Eden Hazard was playing before he retired. These guys would get fouled a lot. I know, because people look at soccer and they see the dives and whatnot, but people don't understand. These players get fouled a lot. Trust me. Messi was probably the only like non-diver, and he got fouled a lot, like really ridiculously a lot. Messi, let me see. Let me show you guys something real quick. Gets rugby tackled. There's this player called Maffeo, and he will do these crazy tackles. I'm gonna show you. I don't know if any copyrights are gonna be targeted. Let me show you guys something real quick. All right. I think I'm gonna have to speed it up a little bit. But let me show you guys something. Like this is my world. I'm gonna give you just a glimpse of this. Is, mind you, this is Messi, best player in the world. The tackles that he would get. And he is one of the most protected players too, as well. But he would still get horror tackles on him. That's how much, like, so maybe I'm a bit desensitized when it comes to like cheap shots or fouls, because usually whoever's the best dribbler in soccer gets gets the worst tackles done to him.
And we saw two chances earlier with maybe a little better.
So I'm going to show you the replay. And this will happen to Messi every other day. Every other game when he was playing for Barca. It will be like one of those tactical fouls, and they will just accept the yellow card straight up, right here.
He's caught off the left side because normally he's the most athletic guy, but even Messi gets away with the stronger, more athletic guy right there. Wow.
Somewhere, like, look at he basically gives him a football tackle. And it was only a yellow card. Messi would get tackled like this every other game. The amount of punishment I would see Messi take in one game, it would be way more punishment than I would ever see a Tom Brady get in his career. And I'm not even exaggerating. So it's a different game. It's a different game.
Stronger, more athletic guy right there. Wow.
You know what?
It's like that, like a tackle like that. That is crazy. That is crazy.
You know what?
Stronger, more athletic guy right there. Wow.
You know what? Somewhere there's an NFL coach going sign.
You know what I mean? And at the time, like even though this was like Messi in his last years, at the time that was the only way you could stop Messi. If you literally just tackle him. You literally would just have to tackle him like that to stop Messi. That's how unstoppable at times he was. Let me see. And I'll say this, if I did a compilation of, I know Neymar's known to be a diver, but I'm telling you, Neymar got fouled a lot. I'm telling you, Neymar got fouled a lot. Like if I were to show you a compilation of the horror fouls, the tackles that he would take. So, you know, so like I said, because like what would happen is when I was more in shape and I would play basketball, I'd be surprised. Like some people would call fouls and he'd be like, why don't you call a foul? And I'd be like, oh, I didn't realize it's a foul. But like in basketball, if you touch somebody, that's a foul. You know, basketball is not a contact sport. You know what I mean? So it's, you know, so they can, for me, when I'm looking at the unnecessary cheap shots that Caitlyn is taking, it doesn't look that bad to me. It doesn't look that bad to me, but it is bad in basketball terms. It is bad in basketball terms. But I don't really look at her. I don't see her getting seriously hurt. I don't see her getting seriously hurt. And that's just me. I could be wrong about that, but I don't see her getting seriously hurt. You know what I mean? Unless it's some, like if one of those, let's be honest, people takes a cheap shot at her knees, then it's a different. Then it's different. You know what I mean? Because like what you guys call cheap shots, those are like regular fouls. I wish I had like a video compilation of the games that I would play when I was playing, and to show you the fouls, the tackles that I was getting. That like compared to, like, I'm just saying, compared to me at like age 14, that's nothing. That's nothing, bro. And I'm not over exaggerating. I'm not over exaggerating. Let me see. Carlos X says there's a rumor that WNBA players gatekeep to keep it mostly lesbianis dominated. Yeah, those are facts. Like is it, it's a gang. It's a game of butches. So hopefully, but it doesn't look like they'll take it that far. But I'll say this: if Caitlin Clark gets seriously hurt, they're going to for the WNBA to save their league. They're going to have to implement, the Tom Brady treatment for her, to where like, yo, you can't touch her, or you guys are not gonna get paid. They're gonna have to do that for her. If Caitlin Clark gets seriously hurt, they're gonna have to implement like the Tom Brady treatment. That should be given to Caitlin Clark. Not to Tom Brady. That should be given to Caitlin Clark. Because the WNBA, they need Caitlin. They need her. They need her. Oh, man. Carlos X said 51%. I say 60%. 60 to 70%. And I could be wrong, but it's definitely 60%. Definitely over 60%. So Northern Lights Entertainment says, find the full video. The Chicago coach jumped for joy. Oh, I know what you're talking about. When I think when Caitlin Clark got fouled a certain way, apparently there's a video of the Chicago coach saying good job. Hear me out. Hear me out here. Hear me out here. Let me give you another soccer example. Let me give you another soccer example, because obviously that's evil as hell, but oh man, because I wish there were more soccer people in the chat. There's a team called Atletico Madrid. right? And they're coached by Diego Simeone, and an opposing player, I'm talking about an opposing player tackled his player, got a red card, but he's the player that tackled the player that got the red card, he was sacrificing himself. He it was a sacrifice red card to make sure the team didn't score on him. And Diego Simeone actually praised the opponent player for doing that. So it's so, and it might be a South American thing because I'm talking about when Valverde slide tackled Morata when he was 1v1. You know, Ernesto Valverde, he's Uruguayan. Diego Simeone, he's Argentinian. So it could be a South American thing. So it's I don't know. So let me give you a different example. Let me give you a different example. Because soccer could turn into war, right? So I don't know. Let me show you guys something real quick. Bites Chiellini. Let me show you guys something real quick, right?
Oh, and a clash inside the penalty area involving Chiellini.
There's the first challenge. Oh dear. Oh. There's the first challenge. Oh.
So this player Suarez in 2014, I think in 2 or 3, and I think in 4 separate occasions, I've seen Suarez bite players in soccer. I've seen him bite players, I think in 3 or 4 separate occasions. One time when he was playing in the Dutch league, twice I think he was when he was playing for Liverpool, and then this time when he was playing in the World Cup for Uruguay. I don't know if they show the freeze frame of it, but let's see.
Against Branislav Ivanovic of Chelsea in an EPL game.
So they don't show like it exactly, but I remember like Chiellini had like a huge ass bite mark on him. Now, here's the strangest thing about this. Here's the strangest thing about that. Chiellini, 4 years later, in his autobiography, said that he respected Suarez for doing that for his team. 4 years, I shit you not. I'm not making this stuff up. Chiellini said he actually respected Suarez for doing that, and I was like, what? I was shocked that he said that. So it's so like I said, a lot of the stuff that I've seen people cry, I'm not gonna say cry. I've seen people like, man, Caitlin Clark is being targeted, but I've seen like way worse. I've seen way worse. You know what I mean? Like I've seen way worse where it's just like, you know what I mean? But like I said, that doesn't mean Caitlin Clark deserves it. That's definitely not what I'm saying. But I'm just saying I've seen way worse. I've seen way worse. I've seen way worse. I don't know, maybe let me see if I can. Let me see. Chiellini respects Suarez for biting him. I'm telling you, I'm telling you, like right here, Italy defender Giorgio Chiellini admires Uruguay forward Luis Suarez for biting him during a heated match at the 2014 World Cup. Now, mind you, that was it wasn't a play. It wasn't the elimination match, but that match determined who was going to move on to the knockout stages of the World Cup. So because Uruguay beat Italy, Italy got eliminated from contention, and Uruguay was able to move on to the knockout stages of the World Cup in 2014. And Suarez should have gotten sent off for biting Chiellini, but he got away with it. Again, this was before VAR. So like not like Suarez wouldn't get away with that now. Like Suarez obviously wouldn't gotten away with that now. But like this is what I'm used to. Like Like especially when you're talking about Uruguayan soccer players, Uruguayan and Portuguese soccer players, those are the worst type of players to play against. I'm telling you from experience. Like I'm telling you, these people, like I've played against Portuguese players. I've played against certain Southern American players. You don't want to face a desperate Southern American type player that's not Brazilian. You know what I mean when I say that? I'm talking about if he's from Bolivia, Chile, Venezuela, Colombia, Argentina, Uruguay, you don't want to face their defenders. Their defenders, if they're desperate, they'll pull some shit on you, bro. Like some stuff you'll be like, bro, what are you doing to me? Like they'll violate you. They'll straight up violate you. The Portuguese defenders, they'll do this whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. So TD Sports Card says she's getting beat up, but if they injure her knee, all hell will break loose from the fans. Exactly. That is true. They must, as like for me, I'll say this. As long as they stay away from her knees, I actually don't mind the treatment that she's getting. Like if they're just pushing her to the floor, hopefully the referee's got to catch it. Eventually the referee should be able to catch on and be like, okay, that's a flagrant. Okay, that's this and that's that. But if they start doing like cheap shots at her knee, then we can talk. You know what I mean? Then it's like, okay, let's this is oh man. Like I said, like, yeah, for me, if a player bit me, it would be a fight. It'd straight up be a fight. For me, like that's crossing the line for me. But like me, like I'm so used to like when I play, I'm talking about even when I play with my friends, they be pulling my shirt. Like I get fouled all the time. But yeah, I'm talking about if they start doing cheap shots at her knee, then it's that's different. But I'll say, unfortunately, but the WNBA players, it's player hating time. It's player hating. It's just a prime example of player hating. I don't know if there's a male example I can give. You know what I mean? Because the NFL players, they're not allowed to injure Tom Brady. You know what I mean? The NFL players are not allowed to do that. The NBA players, who's the biggest star? And well, the NBA, there's not outside of Draymond Green, most of the NBA players are not violent like that. You know what I mean? Outside of Draymond Green. So you don't really have players like a Bill Laimbeer or a Daryl Dawkins or I'm blanking on the center. Who was the center for the Pistons at the time when they was winning? I'm blanking on his name, but he was very, very popular. And or you don't have, how about that? You don't got, there's not a whole lot of Charles Oakleys in the NBA today, so you don't really have enforced.
And Clark. I mean, that's clear, which was called. The question is, will they call it unnecessary? Kennedy Carter and Clark. I mean, that's.
I'll say this though. I would love to see Caitlin Clark smack one of them players. That would be so funny. She got to smack one of them players just off GP. She gotta smack one of them players because they are going out, like they're going out there. I gotta find the video where the girl is like taking the free throw, and in the middle of the free throw, she goes. That was the most, like, I got secondhand embarrassment when I saw that. I gotta find that video. Woman leaves free throw. Caitlin Clark. I don't know if anything will pop up, but she literally left the free throw line. I don't know. I can't find that video. I can't find that video. I gotta find that video where the woman, she was taking the free throw. Woman takes free throw, then yells at takes free throw. And then yells. Yeah, like she was getting like, it was like, that was crazy when I saw that. Yeah, let me see I think this is it. I saw this on one of the clips. I was like, what is she doing? I think she had like one more free throw. She straight at Caitlin. This is one of the weird, that is the worst thing I've probably seen. I got secondhand embarrassment watching that. I was like, yeah, talk about rent free in your head. Jesus Christ. Oh man, this is it.
You've got one more, Ari.
The commentator's like, you got one more. That was like what? That was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. He said, yeah, pulling the shirt is normal in soccer. Yeah, people will pull your shirt, do all elbow you in the back. Like I know people look at the diving and they think that soccer is not a physical sport. Trust me, it's a physical sport. People just look at the dives and they just like, oh, they're diving. No, outside of the diving, trust me, it's a very physical sport. It's a very physical sport. You know, let me see. Luka was getting that in the NBA playoffs by the Clippers a few years ago. This is true. Low key, that is true. But to me, Luka be getting done dirty by the refs. Like there was I think it was like 2 or 3 years ago. There was like a clip of him saying something to one of the female referees, and then one of the female referees smiled back at him. I don't know if he said like a flirting thing to the ref, but after that moment, the refs just started giving Luka texts out of nowhere. It was the strangest thing I ever seen. I'm not saying the players don't do Luka dirty, but the refs do Luka would the refs would do Luka way more dirty than the players ever did. Like I saw the refs give Luka text. Like Luka would be walking away, and then the ref would give Luka a text. I was like, what's going on? And mind you, I'm not even a Luka fan like that. Trust me. But I was just like, damn. You know what I mean? That was wild. TD Sports Cards also says there was a receiver that was targeted for a while. Odell Beckham Jr. I know exactly who you're talking about. So yeah, Odell Beckham Jr. got that, like he was like, people like DBs were going out of their way to provoke Odell Beckham Jr. when he was coming in. I know exactly who you're talking about. Odell Beckham Jr. was like, because he was like, because Odell Beckham Jr. with his one-handed catch and the fan base that he was bringing with him, there was a lot of player hating going on with the defensive backs and the cornerbacks. The cornerbacks are doing a lot of player hating on Odell Beckham Jr. because he was bringing in a different type of money. He had a different type of marketing. He was like the first. Wasn't he like, he had like his own shoe? You know what I mean? He was like the only football player making like sneaker money outside of football. So like, yeah, Odell Beckham Jr., there was a lot of player hating going on. Like DBs would go out their way to provoke Odell Beckham Jr. Like it was ridiculous. Yeah, the Morris twins, they yeah. I don't really take the Morris twins that seriously. But yeah, TD Sports, yeah, he was also talking about that clip. Yeah, that clip right there where I'm like, bro, you got one more. Oh man, that was a funny clip though. I'll say this, that was a funny clip. I did have secondhand embarrassment for the lady that basically went up in Caitlin Clark's face. I'm like, bro, you have another free throw. Caitlin Clark is like, bruh. Like right there, you can only smile. You can only smile at that.
You've got one more, Ari.
That was funny. I'm not gonna lie. That was hilarious. That's called that right there. That's called living rent free in somebody's line. You know, that's called rent free. That's called living rent free, bro. That was funny though. That's funny. Oh, somebody's Carlos X said, yeah, that's pathetic. I wonder if Clark whispers nasty stuff in their ear too. She probably talks some ish too, and she has every right to. And she definitely has every right to. Let me see. Carlos X said, I hate Luca, so it made me happy. Oh man. You know who Luca Doncic reminds me of? Doncic, his player comp is not even for me, is not even a real player. Do you know who? Let me see if I can look up this. Do you know who Luka Doncic reminds me of? Have you guys ever watched Slam Dunk, the anime Slam Dunk? Do you remember the shooting guard, Akira Sendo from Slam Dunk? Do you remember Sendo from Slam Dunk? The ball dominant shooting guard that was like the playmaker of the team, but he was the two guard. That's Luka Doncic's player comp, in my opinion. that's who Luka Doncic reminds me of. Luka Doncic reminds me of Sendo from Slam Dunk. He plays exactly like him too. No cap. Oversized two guard, oversized ball dominant two guard, but he's also the playmaker of the team. But he's not the point guard, but he is. You know what yo. So TD Sports Cards says, here's a stat for you. Player with most traps this season, Clark with 57 times. No other team is even close. Not even Ionescu is close, and she's a proven shooter. Yeah, like I said, that's called rent free. You know, they're trying to make that WNBA players. They're like, we will not let you shine. you will not shine on our watch. Let me see. Cece actually said in the post game that the girl is super nice. Caitlin Clark. I don't know how she is, but if they say that she is nice, then I guess she is. And that 57 times wasn't counting today's game. But yeah, Caitlin Clark is obviously getting targeted. I just hope that the WNBA players, they don't take it too far. Meaning, I don't want to see no knee shots. You know, if they just pushing her on the ground, even though that's foul, but I'd rather them do that. But I don't want to see them be, doing that what was that big old doofus that used to play for the Warriors? What was his name? Zaza Pachulia. I don't want to see no Zaza Pachulia stuff, putting the legs underneath, the leg. I hope I haven't been seeing that. So that's a good thing. So as long as they're not doing that BS, then whatever. Whatever. Because I don't even care about women's basketball like that, anyways. So, but like I said, all of this is technically good. All the attention that it's getting, it's actually good for the WNBA. It's actually making the WNBA more intriguing. I hope that they just don't take it too far in terms of no knee shots. I don't want to be seeing no knee shots. I don't want to see them like if Caitlin Clark is shooting a three, I don't want them sticking their leg underneath. You know what I mean? I don't want to see no Zaza Pachulia stuff. You know what I mean? As long as they just keep it, above the stomach, Have at it. Have at it. Have at it. But I can't wait till Caitlin Clark, she gets finally tired of it and she finally knuckles up. That is going to be hilarious. The WNBA ratings will go through the roof once Caitlin Clark decides when she finally has had enough. She's gonna knuckle it up. She's going to, man. If she knuckles it up, the WNBA ratings will go through the roof. It's gonna go through the roof. Oh man. So Carlos X said Luka Doncic reminds me of a fridge in the middle of the room, always in the way. Yeah, Luka Doncic, he plays at his own speed. He plays at his own speed. So Go Big Transportation said, no, the girl from LA, the one that left the line to guard. Yeah. Oh, you mean the girl that did that to her? So like I said, it's ratings. It's ratings. So like I said, the Go Big Transportation. I don't know if you watch Ball is Life. So like Ball is Life, they'll go like the Ball is Life squad, they will face random ninjas on the street, right? For views, and they'll video record. They'll have professional videos recording the games and whatnot. And the Ball is Life people, they're well known people. They got like millions of subscribers. You know what I mean? The players got every player got their own following. Every street ball player that's on the Ball is Life squad got their own following. So these cameras, they go on the court and they face random street ninjas. Now, what happens is when those random street ninjas, they start seeing these cameras, they start acting a little bit different. So they might actually be like really like mild mannered guys, but they see those cameras, then okay, it's time for me to show out. Then they start talking trash, then they start doing all that hard fouling, or they start doing things, out of pocket. Like way out of character. Like I remember they had like this one guy that was facing them. He was playing dirty against it the whole time. Then they found him after the game, and he was acting like a tough guy during the game. But once he thought that the cameras were off, and then he was like, okay, it's time for me to act like how I usually act. And he was actually a pretty chill, mild mannered guy. He's not. They just see those cameras and they're like, okay. They seeing Caitlin Clark shine and they're like, nah, I'm gonna shine. It's my turn. Tell me when it's my turn, like Skip Bayless, right? But yeah, Zaza Pachulia, yeah, that guy's a scum of the earth. If I see Zaza, I might smack him. I know he's 7 feet tall, but I'll find a way. So Go Big Transportation says she's facing things like this every game. I've never watched a WNBA before now, but she's going to unload soon. I bought a ticket to their rematch and I'm traveling up from Nashville. But you see, like I'm saying, it's working, isn't it? Now, if somebody told you, right, 2 years ago hey, I can see you one day, Go Big Transportation, whatever your name is. I can see you, Big G, going to a WNBA player and traveling to see them, and you probably be like, man, hell no. Nah. But look, the drama, the quality of player Caitlin Clark is, plus the drama, plus the threat of her getting hurt, plus the threat of her getting targeted. It's working. It's working. You know what I mean? It's working. I'm gonna like if Caitlin Clark, I don't know if she's gonna come. Well, I don't know when if she comes to New York, I might see her play. I might see her play. I don't know when she's gonna face New York. She's probably already faced New York already. She's probably faced Connecticut already. But when she comes through, I might pay the ticket. But these, like I said, it's working. That's because that's my opinion. People are saying, "Oh man, Caitlin Clark is getting targeted. This is terrible." But I'm like, well, the drama, everything that's coming with it, it's actually working in the favor of the WNBA. You know what I mean? It's working for ratings wise. And like I said, if Caitlin Clark finally starts unloading, she gets into a fight. What? The ratings are going to be crazy. I've watched a little bit of Ball is Life. The Slim Reaper was pretty fun to watch, and the one arm guy. Yeah, the one arm guy, man, I got respect. The white dude with the one arm. You know, the worst thing I ever saw on Ball is Life. Yo, Carlos X, stay with me real quick. I remember I saw a Ball is Life clip, I think a year or two ago. I think it was probably 2 years ago. I saw this clip. And the guy with one arm, he was stranded in a 2v1. So it was these two guys on a 2v1 against him, and he has one arm. And these guys blew it on the 2v1, and they called the foul on the guy with the one arm. And I was like, what? I'm like, how do you even let him get close? He got one arm. It's a 2v1. It's a 2v1. He got one arm. And he came close and he kind of blocked the shot. It was a 50-50 type thing. But I'm like, bro, it's a 2v1. If you can't get past a ninja with one arm on a 2v1 and you calling a foul on him, hey, yo, I was like, what? Y'all should be ashamed of yourself. I don't remember what specific clip that was. For some reason, the guy with one arm, he was stranded on a 2v1. He was basically left by himself on a two. No, sorry. It was a 3v1. It was a 3v1. A 3v1 to the hoop. And it was him. And they called a foul on him because he reached the ball. I was like, oh, hell nah. He got one arm. I said, y'all should stop playing basketball. I was like, y'all should stop playing basketball. Them niggas called foul. They say, no, foul. I'm like, bruh. One like the guys, the Ball is Life teammate. He was like, look, I know that was kind of a foul, but guys, come on. It's a 3. He's like, you guys. He was like, you guys are trash for not making that basket. Like, even if it was a foul on, he has one arm and it's a 3v1, and I was like, yo. It was I shit you not, it was a 3v1. The guy had one arm. And I'm not saying he's not good, but I'm just saying he has one arm. How do you mess up a 3v1 against the guy? Just go to the side that he's not. They called a foul on him. I shit you not. It was 3 ninjas too. 3 ninjas. Those 5'10", them 5'9", 5'10" ninjas that be mad at the world because they're not 6'2", and they think because if they were 6'2" or 6'3", they'd be in the NBA, but they're really not that good anyways. Those type of ninjas, those be the worst. Anyways, that's just me putting something out there. Anyway. Oh man. Oh, so apparently Caitlin Clark does play in Connecticut on June 10th. I gotta find out where. I might drop by. Yeah, it was. It was a video clip where it was because it was a full game though. Like because the Ball is Life clips, they'll be like 30 minutes long, 20 to 30 minutes long. So I can't remember the exact clip or the exact time frame, but it was a 3v1 to the basket, and he was left stranded, and they called a foul on him on a 50-50 type contest. And I'm like, dude, it's a 3v1. The guy got one arm. I don't care how good he got one arm. It's a 3v1 to the basket, and you're going to call a foul? You might as well let him have it and just say, that's a great play. They called a foul on him. I was like, y'all some weak. That's like, it kind of reminds me of, look, just the other day, I was playing pickup, right? With some dudes, right? Guys around their mid-20s, right? Some of them probably their early 30s, but mostly mid-20s. I'm playing with these people in the early 20s, right? And I'm playing pickup, and we had this kid on our team that was 13 years old, and he was cooking. Now, by the end of the match, people were trying to discount him and say, "Oh, we didn't really want to foul him that much." And I was like, "God," and meanwhile because he was on my team, but meanwhile in my head, I'm like, "Nah, you guys are just making excuses because he was cooking, y'all. He was cooking." Like it was like we put him at center mid too. We put him at center mid too because I'm not trying to play center. Usually on my pickup games now, I just play up top. I don't play midfield anymore in my pickups. I just play up top. And I'm just saying he was skilled. He was skilled, and they just didn't want to give him his credit because he was young. They'd be like, "Oh, we don't want to foul him. He's just a little kid." And I'm like, "Nah, he's cooking y'all. He's cooking y'all. Just give him his credit. Don't try that slick shit." But like I said, don't try that slick shit. Carlos X said he never poked people with the stump either. I respect. Yeah, he's not a dirty player. You would he's not a dirty player. That's funny as hell though, Carlos. But guys like that, I'd be because there's another player. It's a black player though that's playing like D2 college basketball with one arm. Like you could tell, like if he had two arms, he'd be like a D1 player easily. Same with the one arm guy on the Ball is Life. If he had two arms, he'd be a D1 player. He's that skilled. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, he got one arm. It's a 3v1. He's got one arm. And you call a foul on him? It's just where's the honor? There's these little ninjas, they got zero honor. They got zero honor. Just zero honor, bro. People be cheating in them little pickup games, right? Every time if you playing street ball of any kind, people be cheating, making up rules as they go along and all that. He said they play at Mohegan Sun Arena. Oh, okay. It's about a 55-minute drive, probably an hour drive from where I live. So okay. I might make that sacrifice. I might make that sacrifice. I want to holler at one of the WNBA players so bad and be like, yo, I've been watching you for a while. I know Caitlin Clark is getting all the hype, but I think you're underappreciated. I came to see you, not her. Trust me, I'm telling you. I remember what college you went through. I got you. I'll pull up with that game. I came here to see you, not her. I came here to see you. I promise you. I promise you. I'm gonna pull. I will do that. I will do that. They're gonna one of them. They're gonna appreciate it. Oh man. TD Sports Car said a one-legged field goal kicker would be amazing. That's funny. That's hilarious. Oh Lord, man, that's crazy. A one-legged field. Oh, that's impossible. Now I know that's impossible unless if he's playing with a crutch. That's damn near impossible. Carlos X said that one-armed guy played with the one-arm ball. His life guy wants it. Oh yeah, that is true. But I didn't finish the full clip. But yeah, they did play together for like one promo vid. That's for me for to play with one arm. That's crazy to me. That's just crazy. I don't even know how they do that. I like that's crazy. It's just insane to me how they do that, and they're still able to like shoot. That's crazy to me. That's crazy to me. But yeah, I gotta pull up to one of these WNBA games. I'm gonna run that game. I'm gonna be like, look, I didn't come here, man. Forget all the hype. I'm gonna come in with one of the random WNBA players jersey, and I'll be like, hey, why don't you sign this for me? They be like, oh, you came to see me? Like, yeah, I didn't come here to see Caitlin Clark. I came to see you. What do you think? I travel an hour to see Caitlin Clark? What? No, absolutely not. Look at this jersey I just got. And meanwhile, I probably got it for free or I just bought this jersey. You know what I mean? I've had this jersey for a while, you know. What? Man, they got these tickets for $100. Oh, you see the Caitlin Clark effect. Like I said, Caitlin Clark, she's selling. But man, I'm not paying $100 for a WNBA game, man. You shit. Must be all out your mind. I ain't paying $100 to see a WNBA game. Man, those tickets just last year were like $5. It's like a baseball ticket price for nosebleed seats. The front row WNBA seats just last year were like nosebleed seats price for baseball games. It was the Liz Cambridge. Have you ever seen that clip where she's playing against men in her little shorts? I will say this. Cambridge, she desires a man. I don't know if she probably has had experience with women, but I can see it in her eyes. She wants a man. But it's going to be almost impossible for her because she's 6'9". She's 6'9". Like I said, like the security guard at the club that I was talking about in Connecticut, the club that I'm talking about, she was almost like she was similarly built to Liz Cambridge, but skinnier. Like she was skinnier, but like well built like that. You're just like, damn, that's low key. When you talk about Amazonian type, type woman, like, and the men were just looking up at her like, I don't even have the equipment for that. I don't have the equipment for that. But like I said, Liz Cambridge, I know she's like very aggressive, but I've seen her when she was playing against men. Like she wants a man. She wants a man. But it's gonna be impossible for her because she's gonna need a center. Somebody else that's also a center. Somebody else that's also like, she's gonna need somebody that's also like 7 feet tall. She's gonna need somebody that's like not I don't even think being around her size, like say if you were 6'6" or 6'7", I don't think that's enough for her. She wants to be dominated. Like she wants a man. She wants a man. like you could, like, there's certain women, like she wants a man. Even if she has like a very like I done seen her like bully her fellow players, but I can tell she wants a man because I saw that clip. Carlos X is like, so you saw the clip, right? Yeah. And not only, like, I've seen her when she's like remember when she was talking with Serge Ibaka? Remember? Do y'all remember that clip? Hold on, let me pull up that clip with her and Serge Ibaka. Let me bring that up. I was like, oh. I was like, Ibaka, I was basically like, when I saw that clip with her and Ibaka talking, because Ibaka had asked her, who in the NBA do you think that you can beat in a 1v1? And she goes, you. But what people don't understand, she was shooting her shot. That was her shooting her shot. Let's see, Liz. Man, I gotta find that clip. Yeah, like, bruh, that face right here. I want you to see that the first clip. Do you see the thumbnail for that first clip after what she said? You. I was like, oh shit. I was basically like, Ibaka, she's yours. I'm like, Ibaka, that's yours, right? Like literally, like, just all you gotta do is just call her and she's yours. You know what I mean? Let me see. Let me click the clip.
What NBA player can you beat 1-on-1?
You. Let's go.
Do you guys play this one? Do you guys play
fair use.
This one with her? Why she answer so fast like that? No.
Let's go.
No. Are you sure about that?
Uh-huh.
Okay, one day we'll see.
Let's go.
You want to do it and have a camera there or not?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Bruh.
I ain't scared.
No way. Hey, you know what?
So when that surgery, but when he was thinking about it, he was like, man, like everybody, like every man already knows what Ibaka already knew what was happening. Ibaka was like, wow. And then he thought about it for a little bit and he was like, no, nah, we can't do this. We can't do it. And for the cameraman to be, I don't know if the cameraman did that on purpose. He was like, oh, do you want a camera to be there? And Ibaka's like, bruh. Yeah. He probably did smash. He probably did smash. Yeah. Rocky said, lucky bastard. He said, must be nice to be tall. Carlos X says, like Mariah Carey singing to Michael. More people need to make that reference. More people don't. Yeah, that's funny. Anyway, oh man. Rocky says, I'm a hater. I admit it. Time for limb lengthening surgery. It still wouldn't be enough. Like I'm saying, being 6'4" will not be enough for Liz Cambage. I don't think I could be wrong. I could be wrong. But like she wants it's not like I like for example, I know tall women that they don't mind having a short husband because they're not necessarily like because they actually want daughters, right? So you know what I mean? So they actually are like, man, if I like because if you're a tall woman, it might be a little bit tougher to get what you want in the dating market. So a lot of those tall women, they actually want daughters. So they'll procreate with a smaller man. Like they'll be like 6'8", and then the guy will be like 6 feet tall or 6'1", which is still not short, but that'll be short to her. Like, or she'll be 6'8". How about this? She'll be 6'4", right? But the guy will be 5'9". She'll take that. You know what I mean? But a girl like a Liz Cambage, because she is a dominant personality, she's gonna need to she wants to be like dominated. but she's 6'8", 6'9". So she has that personality, but she's just 6'8" and 6'9". You know what I mean? So it's a catch-22 with her, you know. But yeah, like that laugh just in itself, so and the way she was looking at Ibaka, basically that's his. That's his. That's his. He said Liz Cambage got kicked out of the WNBA. Hypocrisy is real. Oh man. Liz Cambage, I'll say this, man. She's an interesting person because I'll say this. If she was like, say if she was 1 foot smaller, she'd be a catch. But because she is 6'9", she's a legit 6'9", 6'8". It's gonna be hard for her to find what she's looking for in the dating market. And besides, when you're talking about female athletes, they're not looking for no, they're not, particularly when you're talking about female volleyball players, female basketball players, they're not looking for men smaller than them. They're like, no. They're like, absolutely not. They'll rather just go full lesbian than be with like the average dude. Like for female athletes, that's where the term normie comes from, right? So the term normie comes from female athletes. They would call guys that weren't athletes themselves, they would call them normies, because like female athletes, they only consider other male athletes. And if you're not a male athlete, you need to be at least 6'4" or 6'5" for them to even consider them dating you. You have to be an athlete. You know what I mean? Hold on, let me hit Carlos X. Carlos X said she liked that contact with that 6-foot dude she was practiced with. It was almost a lap dance. Oh yeah, I did see that. So I don't know. I could be wrong in terms of she might like that, but at the same time, what she's going to expect from that guy, she like I said, Liz, she wants to be dominated. She wants to be dominated. So even if you are smaller, like I'm gonna tell you from experience. So I dated a taller woman before. Not dated. I smashed a girl 6 feet tall, right? And the stuff that she was asking for me to do, I was like, look, remember, I'm this tall. You're 6 feet tall. Right? Like, remember, like, first of all, I don't like doing all that stuff, but Like you're look, I'm 5'7", you're 6 feet tall. Remember that. Remember, without my shoes on, I'm 5'7". I'm 5'7" without shoes. Remember that. So the stuff that you're asking me to do is like crazy, but she's still expecting me to do it. I don't know, maybe because I still like vanilla sex, but like a lot of the stuff that like I'm talking about, the woman will be bigger than you, and she will be still asking you to choke her, do all this stuff. She wants a collar. She wants you to spit. Wants you to spit in her mouth. Do all this. She wants to get choked, and you're just like, whoa, 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 whoa. That's a lot. That's a lot. You know, see, Go Big Transportation said, I'm a 5'10" female, and shorter guys have a funnier personality, I found. Well, you know, like I said, like, yeah, I'll say women that are usually like over 5'9", they have to start looking at it gets hard. It gets harder for them. So they really have to start looking at a grand. They really got to start looking at things at a grand scale. Like, for example, like for me personally, the women that I've been with that were over, like, say they were 5'8", 5'9", 5'10", they were cool. They were cool with me. They didn't go at me about my height. The people that have gone at me at my height were like 5'3", 5'4", gorditas. I'm not even exaggerating. I remember two specific women. One was sorry. I know one because I do know another other gordita that was going at my height, but they were like 5'3", 5'4". Right? I remember remember the older woman I was talking about on my channel? First time she saw me, she said something about my height, but she was a gordita. And then I remember another um woman I was trying to help at a store one time, and she was like 5'2" tops, but she was like extremely overweight for her frame. Well, sorry, that's disrespect. She was just a regular overweight woman. And when I was trying to help her reach something, she was laughing, she was snickering with her friend because I couldn't reach it because I needed a ladder. And then the next employee that was like 5 inches taller than me, then he needed a ladder too. And I was just like, oh. I was like, okay. So like, yeah, I'll say this, most of the women that were like 5'8", 5'9", they didn't go at me about my height. But I'll say this also. So go Big Transportation. So the guys that are 6 feet tall, even if you think that their personalities might not be there, because what happens is because right now every woman is going after the giants. So they have all the leverage. So all those guys, so like if you're like, so what's happening right now, you literally have the 4'11" girls, 4'10" girls, 5'2" girls, 5'1" girls. They're all going after guys that are like 6'6" and 6'7". And you're just like, whoa, that's extreme. So all the women are aiming for the giants now. It's not like so now you have these guys, if they're a certain height and if they're in shape, if they, especially like say if they're a giant and they're in shape, it's literally like easy pickings for them, especially if they're like an athlete. They have all the leverage. So even though they probably should be with a girl like you that's 5'10", they have all the leverage. They literally have all the girls willing to bust down off just off GP. Just off GP. They could be straight out of prison. But if they like 6'5", 6'4", they're good. And the woman will be like 4'11". I shit you not. They'll be like 4'11", 5 feet tall. I've even heard, dude, I shit you not. I've even heard a midget. I'm talking about the woman was a legal midget. She was like 4'2" or 3'11", around that size. And she said, even she said, oh, only 6 feet and up. Like like she was a she you know she was a stripper, so that I'm also putting that out there as well. But she said herself too. I was like, even you're saying 6 feet, and she said, yeah, only 6 feet and up. Rocky said us average guys have no chance anymore. Well, I disagree. I disagree. Like I said, the only women that have gone at me after my height were overweight. And that's is no disrespect. I'm telling you. I'm talking about the women that have publicly disrespected me over my height were very few, and the ones that did, they were overweight. So it was like it's you know what I'm saying? So it's a catch 22. It's a catch 22. So Go Big Transportation said that's code for 5'5". Well, I'm like I've said, like I'm 5'7" with like I'm talking about I'm 5'7" without shoes. Now, here's the problem that this is what I suffer from. This is what happens to me. So this is what happens to me. When I'm on the soccer field, for some weird reason, people think I'm way taller. Recently, when I was on tour with I was on tour with my jazz band, whatever. The leader, for some reason, he looked at my photos and he thought I was like 6 feet tall or something because the way my photos were kind of angled. He thought I had like long legs or something, whatever. But it's because I always wear boots, so people always think I'm like in real life, people think I'm like 5'9", 5'10", but I think it's because of the boots. I think it's because of the boots, but I'm 5'7". Without shoes on, I'm 5'7". Or what happens is when I'll be on the soccer pitch and I'm playing for I don't know what I don't know what people it's they think I'm taller. Maybe it's because like when you're wearing cleats, everybody's kind of similar size because of the studs. I don't know what it is. People just think like the way they had me listed. Like I remember when I did the measuring when I was in college, when they did everybody's height and weight and whatever, they legit thought I was like they already thought I was like, oh, you 5'10". They thought I was a regular sized person. Like, no, I'm like, no, I told them I was like, no, bro, like I'm 5'7". I'm legit 5'7". I was like, I'm legit 5'7". They were like saying, what? They were like, without shoes? I'm like, yeah, without shoes, I'm 5'7". But I've been 5'7" for a while though. Like after like I grew gradually during in high school I came in what 5'4". In high school I came in like 5'4", 5'5" in high school, and then I grew literally only like 2 inches, 2 or 3 inches. But even then, my teammates thought I was way bigger. I was like, guys, I'm 5'7". I'm 5'7". One day I'm gonna show. I gotta show some people like my soccer pictures compared to like my contemporaries, and you'll see you'll see. I'm gonna show you like an old soccer picture of mine on like one of my more private streams, like one of like my because like yesterday was like me and Rocky, and we basically exposed each we were exposing each other about our like our preferences in women and stuff like that. But one day I'm gonna show you like pictures of me when I was like in middle school and high school, and probably maybe elementary school, and people be like, "Damn, you always look like you were 26 years old." Yeah, yeah. But then on top, like it would look like I was bigger than my peers, but I was really I've always been one of the smaller people in my soccer teams, in my sports teams, in my classes. But the way people will get at me, they'll think I'm like way bigger. But I'm like, guys, I'm only this height. The only time I've ever been like bigger than anybody was like probably seventh grade. And that was only for like a short stint of time. Like when I was like when I had like a short growth spurt. But like I've never been one of the bigger people. But the unfortunately, what happens because I had muscles when I was a kid. I've had muscle, but I didn't lift any weights. I just had I had muscles. So what happens is people just think that you're bigger than you are, and they just kind of approach you that way. But I was never that big. I was never that big. Carlos X said I'm 5'8", been with one taller girl. We were usually horizontal. Like I said, like the girls that were 5'9", 5'10", they treated me fine. Like I remember even like the girl that was 6 feet tall, I was like, yeah, I'm 5'7". She's like, no way, you're not 5'7". And then I went like directly next. I'm like, trust me, I'm 5'7". And that was the first time we actually did like a measure up with each other. And then she finally realized. I was like, oh, yeah. I'm like, yeah, you're legit 5 inches taller than me. Trust me. It doesn't look like it at first, but trust me, you are. You are. But also, like with the sport that I play, soccer, your height doesn't matter. So, like I said, the whole height thing, you know, particularly when you're talking about men and women talking about height. Let me give you guys some insight in my life real quick. All right. Let me give you some insight in my life. I'm telling you this right now. Up until the year 2019, I had no woman at all say that I was too small. People might think you guys might think I'm lying when I'm saying this. I'm telling you, up until 2019, when you're talking about the explosion of dating apps, I'm telling you, women were not going at me for my height. Do you know who the people that were going after me at my height? The soccer recruiters. There were more soccer recruiters talking about I was too short for this than women. I shit you not. I'm telling you. I'm talking about before 2019, it was like 2 or 3 soccer recruiters I came across, and they was on call with me, and they're just like, "Are you gonna grow?" And I was like, this was when I was like this was when I was a sophomore in high school. I was 5'6" at the time. I was 5'6". And then they was like, "Are you gonna grow?" And I was just like, "I'm a sophomore in high school and I'm playing soccer." I'm like, and I play I play up top. I play forward. If not, if I'm not playing forward, then I'm playing right behind the striker. Or I'm playing wing because I used to play wing. That was when I had knees and I could run and shit. Right. But your height doesn't matter in soccer, but it was more the soccer recruiters were going after me for my height. And I'm just like, bruh, like but like I said, to make it pro in soccer in America is the hardest thing to do. Because just to be on a D1 soccer team, you have to be at least 6 feet tall. You have to be at least 5'11" minimum. They prefer you to be tall. They want you to be tall. Even though like in Southern America is literally the opposite. Like in Argentina is the opposite. In Uruguay is the opposite. In Europe it's the opposite. You know what I mean? That's why I always wish that like people don't. There's a lot of American players that are now flourishing in Europe, but when they were in America, they were getting turned down by academies because of their height. And it's just like, bruh. Like I said, I was getting more stick from soccer recruiters about my height than women. Up until 2019, because that was like, 20, I'll say like 2016. That's when the the dating and the height filters started going, viral. Yeah, that's the thing too. So TD Sports Car said the issue with the 5'9" woman choosing somebody is that women like to wear high heels. So you almost have to be like 6'3". So like I said, when you're when you're going after a woman in terms of height, right? If she's so naturally men are like, okay, she's 5'6", I'm 5'6", we should be straight. No, as a man, you're probably gonna have to go with a woman that's 5 feet tall because she's gonna want to wear heels. She's gonna want to wear 6-inch heels, 4-inch heels. You know what I mean? So they count that to their height. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? So that's what happens. So TD Sports Card says my ex was 5'8", I'm 5'11", so she wore like 2 to 3 inch heels when we spiffed up. Exactly. That happens a lot. That happens a lot. Rocky said, "I hate this world. I want vengeance." Oh man. He said, and they're all gym heads who can't take a pic without a shirt on and have to be complimented all the time on their body. Well, you know. But like I said, because because now like those taller guys, they have all the leverage in the dating market. So you have to give them grace if it goes to their head. Because you have like literally all the women are going after them. All of the women, particularly in America. Particularly in America. It's like all the women are going after the tall guys. They're just like, nah, fuck that. But like I said, that's like really an American thing. Like I said, like there was a girl from Sweden. She came through. She was around 5'9", 5'8"-ish. We met via co-ed soccer, right? And she treated me very nice. You know, obviously things didn't work out, but she treated me way nicer than like like I'm talking about she treated me nicer than like most during a time where people say, "Oh man, short guys are getting it the worst right now," but it was fine. Like I think it's just an American thing. In my opinion, I think it is an American thing, and another thing is, you know, everybody wants their kids to become NBA players. I don't really get this phenomenon where everybody's like, man, I, I need my son or I need my son to become in the NBA or to be in the NFL, and it's just like I don't know about all that. Like if I have a kid, I don't want my kid to be playing basketball, to be honest with you. Like I want to raise like if I have a kid, I want my kid to have options to be whatever he or she wants to be. I don't want to my kid being like, man, I'm only 5'11. I can't play basketball anymore and be like, I done seen some great athletes literally go into despair because they're not going to grow a certain height because they're like 5'11, 5'10, 6 feet tall. And I'm like, why don't you try a different sport? And they're just like, no, it has to be basketball. I'm like, there's other sports out there, but since we're in America, it's only basketball or football and maybe baseball, maybe. And even in baseball, they, so, you know, so Go Big Transportation she says they go after your height because they can't go over their own weight. Yeah, this is true. And like I can't tell that to them. If I tell that to an overweight woman, if I tell that to the average fat chick, she's gonna be like, oh, I know you ain't talking, and blah, I'm like, I'm not trying to deal with that. I'm not trying to deal with that. Carlos X said, I got to start playing an instrument. Where's my old recorder? Oh yeah, that is true. Like if you play instruments, it helps you out. It helps you out. It helps you out. I done seen some real, like I'm talking about guys that like 5'3", 5'2", 5'4". Just recently met this guy 5'4" on the drums, get mad bitches, and he got a wife. Don't want to put him out there. I don't want to put him out there. And he's like 5'4", 5'4". He's legit because my what's it? My mom's 5'4" or 5'3", I think. My dad's 5'5". Right. Yeah, and the drummer that I know, he's shorter than both of them. So I'm like, he can't. I'm like, he's not even over 5'4", but he gets mad 304s. But at the same time, he has a nice face, so that helps as well. But he's a drummer. TD Sports said you can always go to band camp. Carlos X says short kings. Let's start a band. But by the way, 5'8" is not short. That's another thing too. People are, I've been hearing people talking about, 5'9" is no, dude. 5'9" is not short. 5'9" is the average size of most men. Most men are hovering around 5'9", 5'10", 5'8". I say anything under 5'8" is short. That's short. So 5'7", that's short. 5'6", 5'5", and below, that's short. Right? Even 5'8", 5'8" is not short, in my opinion. Because first of all, 5'8", 5'9" is the average size of most men in America. Most men are hovering around 5'9". So that whole thing about 5'9", 5'10" being short, because I didn't even heard people saying 6'2" isn't tall enough. So yeah, people have taken this too far. TD Sports says we can call our band the Halfwits. But TD, you say you're 5'11". 5'11" is not short. 5'11" is not short. Yeah, like I said, Messi's 5'6". No, sorry, Messi's 5'7". Most of the best soccer players ever were like 5'6", 5'7", 5'8", 5'9", right? The newer soccer players are a little bit taller, but still, soccer is the only sport where you can and cricket and tennis is the only, these are the only sports where you could be the average size male, which is like 5'9", 5'10", where you could be the average size male and be the most dominant at your sport. You can look, I know there's plenty of players that I know that are 5'2", 5'3". You can be 5'2", 5'3" and dominate in soccer. And it's it's not impossible. Trust me. You can be 5'2", 5'3" and dominate in soccer. That's why I love soccer. I believe soccer is the most even sport because you can be, your height doesn't matter. The only time your height matters in soccer is for being goalkeeper or being a center back. If those are the two positions, most soccer players do not want to play those positions. So it's the perfect balance. It's the perfect balance. It's the perfect balance. Carlos X says, well, actors wear platform shoes. Why can't we? I don't know if wearing platform shoes is it helps your feet in the long term. I'm not sure, So, it goes, platform shoes. I don't know. But the actors be wearing platform shoes a lot, A lot of people's favorite actors, people don't even realize who's the guy that plays Rocky? The guy that plays Rocky, he's like, I've seen him in real life. He's real life. He's like 5'8", 5'9". The guy, what's his name? Zac Efron. He's like 5'7", 5'8". Tupac was like 5'7". According to a security guard, he was 5'7". And then I remember somebody was like saying he's 5'9". I'm like, yeah, in Tim's, he's probably 5'9". I'm probably 5'9" in Tim's. I'm not even joking. I'm probably 5'9" in Tim's. According to his people and like his security guards, it looks like Tupac was 5'7". And I'm looking at his stature. I'm like, yeah, he looks right around that 5'7", 5'8" range. Oh shoot, man. So Go Big Transportation says, I'll take a handyman mechanic over an actor, musician, any guys in entertainment. I mean, well, you say that now. You say that now. But I don't know, like I said, overseas, the height thing is not really that much of a problem. And maybe because there's certain places there's certain places in Asia. If you're like 5'10" in Asia, you're actually towering over a lot of dudes. I'm talking about in Asia. There's like certain spots in Asia where if you're 5'10", you're towering over people, like towering. So, you know. Let me see. TD Sports says my mom is 4'10", my sister is 4'11". I got grandpa's genes. Sylvester Stallone, that was his name. Yeah, Tom Cruise is like 5'7". Yeah. Go Big Transportation said I worked in entertainment for 20 years. I'm good. Oh man. Do you want to oh wait, Go Big Transportation. Did you work in the were you in the driving business? Were you chauffeuring in the entertainment industry? Were you doing that? I don't want to put your occupation out there, but were you doing that? Were you doing like limo service and stuff like that? Because I got something to say about that if that's true. If you were doing, because I'm gonna tell, if you were doing that, I'm gonna tell you this, guys. Do you know how there are drivers that got stories about stories, but I could be wrong because I'm just going off your. Let me see. She goes. I'm a female protection agent and I own a limo service, but I only started that in 2013. Okay. But like I know people that do these kind of things for these people. And I'm just gonna say this. Most of your favorite actors, your male actors that you see on TV, they're gay. They're gay. I know people gonna say I'm player hating, but look what's coming. Like I've been saying this for the past 2 years now. You're talking about Hollywood and these people in the entertainment industry, the musicians. Most of your favorite musicians, a lot of your favorite rappers, they're gay. They just can't, but they just can't put their they just can't put their stuff out there. I'm talking about people you would have never thought. Like I would have never thought Meek Mill, even though I knew a lot of people were down low, but I would have never thought Meek Mill. Like obviously I knew the usual suspects, Diddy. We already like that was a really bad kept secret about Diddy and R. Kelly swinging both ways. Like people knew about that. But Meek Mill, I would have never thought. I would have never thought. It's like and like I would have never thought. I would have never thought. But that's the entertainment industry. That like a lot of I'm talking about there are people that have like I've heard people they will say certain musicians' names and be like, "Man, I met my wife through this this artist. This is our favorite song." And meanwhile, the artist that they're referencing, he's not singing to a woman. he's singing, he's not singing those lyrics to a woman. It's an uncomfortable stuff to talk about. A lot of people's like a lot of the simp music, the simp R&B music that men will like literally reference about love or women would reference about love. I'm like, those guys, they're not singing to another woman. They're singing to a man. Luther Vandross, right? Well, we all know about Luther Vandross. The thing is, it was just like he when like Patti LaBelle basically said he just couldn't come because he had certain family members and he couldn't put it out there. So TD Sports card says I had a town car business, see some wild things. So I'll put myself up. I have a relative, and not only that, I know people through him. I went to school with somebody where his dad would use my relative's driving service, and he was making a lot of money. And He knew people that knew people, and I'm telling you. And not only that, I know people in the transportation services. I know people that are doing security for certain celebrities. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of them are gay, bro. A lot of them. And it's the people you would never think. Like, I would have never thought Meek Mill was gay until he got exposed. I would have never thought. I would have never thought. So GBT says, I'll never say names, but it's the same with females too. Yeah, so back to the WNBA with Caitlin Clark. So there are a lot of women in the WNBA, or there are a lot of former female college basketball players that end up like they were like lesbians in college, but then once they graduate college, they find a husband and they have kids and all that. They grow out of that stage and then they have a whole husband and kids. But like when they were in college, they were cleaning carpets. And I'm gonna just leave it. Just leave it at that. I'm gonna just leave it at that. Same. Oh yeah, same with athletes. Oh, let me see if I can find that Instagram clip of Michael Porter Jr. when he was talking to the adult actress Lana Rhoades. Let me see if I can find that clip for you guys, because Michael Porter is going to expose a lot of the athletes. Because I have my suspicions on certain athletes. Obviously, Dwight Howard and those people. Those are obvious. But I have my suspicion on certain athletes. I think they have experimented, but I don't want to put that list out there. But I don't want to put the list out there. But I'll say this: Corey Holcomb has already exposed a couple of the some of the NBA players that he believes that are down low. But there are other players that I believe that are also down low as well. But I gotta find that clip of Michael Porter. I gotta find that clip. I gotta find that clip for you when he was talking. Because I was supposed to do a video on that and I never did. Maybe because I didn't think I was gonna get the views on that end, because people don't like to to hear that. I gotta see if I can find that video when Michael Porter was talking about he was talking to Lana about what ends up happening with a lot of these NBA players. I'm not gonna say most, but he said a lot. He said a lot. I got to find that clip. I know I saved it. But I save a lot of these videos for my shows. So give me 30 seconds. I know I will find it in 30 seconds once I do the scrolling. But it was Lana Rhoades and Michael Porter. They were talking about because this is what happens. Because these guys will do the interviews with girls, and anytime a guy is doing an interview with like a girl that he's low key kind of wants to smash, and he's low key kind of giggly over because he probably done seen Lana Rhoades videos a million of times when he was a teenager. So he was kind of giddy over her. So sometimes guys will overexpose themselves when they're in that situation. So he kind of was speaking a little bit too much on that topic. I know I saved that video. I know I did. It couldn't have been that while back. I might have to search it on YouTube. I might have, because it was on Michael Porter Jr.'s podcast, if I'm not mistaken. I'm looking at some of these videos. I think I passed it. I think I passed it. I'm seeing all oh man, no. I'm gonna have to search for it on YouTube. Michael Porter Jr., Lana Rhoades. Oh man, I gotta find that part. I gotta find that part. Whoa, I think this is it. Is this
Desensitized to the normal thing, and this happens in the NBA. Like I hear wild stories about some of these dudes, but like you said,
Oh, trust me.
so yeah, that's it. So right here, I want you guys to listen. I think, well, let me save this video. I think that video is up top, but it has better quality.
on our roads, people are going to be surprised that we're on a podcast together. I actually came across one of your podcasts that you start off just with your childhood,
Go back and think when.
your life expectancy outside of that.
Oh no, that's not it.
Industry.
So let me go back. Let me go back. Let me go back to the video. Because I found it. I found the video. I want you guys to take a very close listen, because it actually makes sense what Michael Porter Jr. is talking about. Because you got to understand the average like vanilla sex that men will like kill themselves over. The NBA players have an overabundance of it. So regular sex is not going to really do it for the average NBA player, because they have so much of an overabundance of it. They have so much options that they end up pushing their limits and they end up trying some weirdo stuff. This is why you'll have girls come out of nowhere and be like, oh yeah, a lot of guys I know, they like to do this. And you're like, and most of the average guy be like, what? Men don't, we don't like getting pegged. What are you talking about? But she done probably been with those rich dudes, these rich dudes, these sugar daddies, or these NBA players, or they get into some freaky stuff because the vanilla, the same old plain old missionary, and then doggy style, and then just reverse, right? The usual positions, that's not gonna cut it. So they end up pushing their limits because they have such an overabundance of women to choose from.
To the normal thing, and this happens in the NBA. Like I desensitized to the normal thing, and this happens in the NBA. Like I hear wild stories about some of these dudes, but like you said,
Oh, trust me.
other celebrities too, that their fetishes get so crazy. You know, they might be a straight man, but they've done so much stuff with so many pretty girls, and they have so much access to pretty girls that, you know, now they're over here messing with trannies, or now they're over here messing with dudes, and it's like, it's crazy to think about. And I think the porn industry has a part to play in that, because you watch when you first get introduced to it, just seeing a girl naked might be enough for you, but then you keep watching it, and now you're looking at the craziest things, and now normal sex in real life doesn't do it for you.
Well, definitely. And also, how old were you the first time that you saw porn?
Man, my mom caught me too. But I really didn't want.
So this is a real thing, guys. This is a real, like, this is a real thing, because the average man doesn't have the access to sex that an NBA player, an NFL player, right? Does. So they're just getting it a la carte. So then they start looking for ways for them to get off. So they start trying different things. But I don't know. People really shouldn't be shocked about this. Let me says, GBT says, I remember when people freaked out when they found out about the lead singer of Savage Garden in the late 90s. Some of those people, in hindsight, it was pretty obvious, though. Some of the people that you guys are mentioning, it was obvious. Oh man. So it's also TD Sports Car said, now how many people went to Big E's island or Diddy's parties? Yeah, and that's why they're after Diddy right now, because Diddy I'll say this, Diddy was smart. He had these people on tape, so he used that as leverage. This is why celebrities would tell these young people coming into the game, yo, don't be all up in Diddy's house. It's not necessarily just because of the freak offs, but they know people be recording you. You know what I mean? People will wonder why. People like, damn, is this actor being blackmailed? Look what he's saying. Look what he or she is doing. Why is he or she saying a statement about this but staying silent about this? What was going on? These guys they're getting blackmailed. they people got pictures on people, man. People got pictures on people. Or you'll see somebody in sports. Like you'll see a coach stay in a job and they ain't even been in the playoffs in 10 years and be like, God damn, like this motherfucker got pictures on you or something. What's going on? Yes. Yes. That's what's going on. They got blackmail on people. And Diddy had blackmail on people with power and influence. This is why the people of power of influence, they sent raids at Diddy's mansions. This isn't about justice or morality or anything like that. This is purely about, I know this is off the topic of sports, but this is right up my alley. This is all about, okay, we got to find the tapes on us. We got to make sure we're not connected to this. You know what I mean? So this is why, like, I will say this when it comes to the athletes. I can tell who are the ones that are straight and are actually authentic. Like, I could tell that Allen Iverson, Terrell Owens, right? Kyrie Irving, Russell Westbrook, right? But let me stick to Kyrie Irving, Terrell Owens, and Allen Iverson, right? These guys will get ripped by the media. So I was like, oh, these guys must be. That's how I know you're not, like, people will say, how do you know if somebody's not using steroids, or how do you know if somebody's not a cheater, or how do you know if somebody's a bad person or not in the celebrity world or the entertainment world or the sports world? I always say, just check who's getting lambasted in the media the most. The guy or woman that's getting lambasted in the media the most, where I'm talking about, these guys take a piss, right? And they get or these guys get a traffic ticket and it becomes front page news. Every little mistake that they do in their life is front page news. That's how you know he's probably a good person. That's what happened to Allen Iverson, Terrell Owens, because if they were cheating, they would put that in front page news. Like the way that they would cover Terrell Owens, if he was a steroid user, or if he was messing with boys, right? If he if he was doing it would be, trust me, it would be front page news. They would, but all the stuff they basically, every little mistake in his personal life, they would put it in public. I'm like, oh, okay, so he can't be that bad of a guy. Because usually these athletes, they have agents, they have PR people, they have things to take care of that when they fuck up. When they'll be driving drunk at night and they hit somebody and nobody finds out. Usually they have somebody to take care of that. And it'll be like your favorite athlete too. And you don't realize that they're an alcoholic, but it'll be right in front of you, but people don't want to say the person's name. Oh man. So Carlos X is alleging that Evan Turner was super gay when he played for Portland. Oh, and also, forget just the gay stuff. Like, there are athletes that will willingly mess with underage women or underage boys. So remember Tiana Trump, even though she was of the age of consent, because where she was, 16 is the age of consent, but NBA players will mess with high school women, or the athlete, like, it'll be an athlete and he'll be messing with a girl that's straight out of high school. So this is because, like, the normal, they're always gonna push it. They're always gonna push their limits. Like, there's a reason why, like, a guy like R. Kelly, he was like, okay, this is I'm gonna just do it like this right here. Because the average, and on top, like, because R. Kelly, he was a freak. He wasn't messing with just girls. He was messing with boys. So These guys get into these positions of power, and what people don't understand, a lot of these guys, these musicians, these entertainers, when they were in high school, they weren't popular, right? They weren't getting girls, they weren't getting or boys, whatever, right? They were just working on their craft. So they missed out on their first kiss or them going to prom, them going to cotillion. So once they finally get that position of power, they see how far they can go with it. This is fairly common. So yeah, what's it say? Dwight Howard with his Transformer obsession. Sorry about the audio. This has happened today. But he said, "Yep, I took care of CEOs, actors, some I'm reading the wrong one." So TD Sports Card says, "Yep, I took care of CEOs, actors, some athletes, government people. It's crazy out there." I'll say this, like, because I'll mention, the escorts, right? Here's the thing. Like, you'll work at these spots. When I would have those little dead end jobs, you'll work with all types of people and you'll make certain types of contacts with people. And you'll find out the person that you're flipping burgers with is at the same time she's selling box. And you're just like, whoa. You'll just find that out by accident. Or you'll find her Instagram and then you'll find her link tree and then she got OnlyFans. Right? It's crazy. And so then you'll find out, I know specifically, I know a stripper, and she flat out told me, like, I'm messing with dudes in the FBI. I'm talking about selling, like, in terms of, because you already know strippers, they escort on the side as well. She said she got FBI agents on call, police officers on call, dudes. I'm talking about, I know there's a girl that I know. Her mom is an escort, right? Her mom is an escort. And she tries to basically disassociate because the neighborhood knows about her mom, right? So her mom kind of has her own place where she does her thing, right? Where she sells her services. And the daughter knows, right? Meaning the daughter doesn't live with the mom, but she knows some of the regulars. And the regulars that her mother would have, if you knew, it would blow your mind. It would blow your mind. I'm talking about, these were like politicians' sons. There were people that were like Instagram personalities. There were I know one specifically. He wasn't like famous, but he has a family, whatever. But he was like, he's not like he was like town famous, right? People knew him, but he didn't go that far in sports, and then he he ended up becoming a male RN, but the regulars that her mother would get, and she ended up knowing who they were. She said once she put it out there, it'll blow your mind. I'm talking about, it'll be college dudes that already have a girlfriend, that already have a wife, that already have like a whole life, have a whole profession and everything, things to lose. You know what I mean? And and then if you ask the average sex worker, the requests that they will get from these so-called normal people, right? And it will blow your mind. Boy George and George Michaels, we all knew about. Yeah, those are the obvious ones. But there's like a lot of actors. I remember there's this one particular black male actor that somebody was telling me a story about. because I found out that he died at like the age of 40 something. I'm like, wait, how did he die? I would see him in these movies. I'm like, oh, he was actually gay and he became a transformer. I was like, what? I don't remember his name, but he was like an actor from the 70s or 80s or 90s, but he was like known as like one of those tough actors from that time. And he ended up dying from HIV AIDS. Like he apparently like his mental condition was so bad, was like he would convince himself that he was a woman. He would literally be like by himself in the room and be like, I am a woman. I am a woman. And he would cross dress, and then he eventually became a transformer, and he caught HIV, and it eventually turned into AIDS. And he died. But he was like known as one of the tougher like black male lead actors. I remember his face, but I don't remember his name. But I would see him in those classic TV shows on TV Land or one of those, classic Turner movie channels. I was like, him? No way. So yeah, oh man. Yeah. She said this live just turned way off topic. Yeah, yeah. I thought this was a sports show. This is a sports show, and we start talking about yeah. Oh man. You know what, Carlos X, you might be onto something. You might be onto something. There are certain people that are attached to certain people in the entertainment industry, and you're like, why are you still hanging with this dude? He offers nothing. And then you really probably got to do some research. He probably has dirt on somebody. Probably got dirt on Steph Curry. Probably got dirt on Clay. One of these people, somebody in the organization. You never know. That's very plausible. Because Draymond Green should have been kicked out of the Warriors with his actions. So that is very plausible. Carlos X, you might be right. That's very plausible. So yeah, that I will never, yeah. Yeah, that I won't take that for granted. TD Sports. Yeah, I'm not gonna say the name out loud. I'm not gonna try to get my stream shut down. I'm not trying to get my stream shut down. Yeah, you're gonna see more strippers. They're gonna be selling box. In this economy, they're gonna be selling box. Like, I know quote unquote dancers, right? They call themselves dancers, or women that were like waitresses at strip clubs, and I met them via because my cousin had a TV show. Well, not a TV show. He had an internet show that actually got stolen from him by a Zeus Network producer. I've talked about this before, but so when he did that show, I got contacts with some of these girls, and they were basically like lightweight in the game, but not really in the game. So like they weren't really strippers, but like now I'm looking at their Instagrams, they stripping now. They stripping now. Times are tough, bro. Times are tough. So yeah, a recession, a recession is happening or is going to happen when you start seeing the strippers start complaining about men not really spending money on them. That's how you know like a bad recession is going to happen. Well, yeah, Cuba Gooding Jr. like that didn't surprise me. That didn't surprise me. A lot of I'm talking about the main A-list actors that they're gay. Most of them. And I'm being nice by saying most of them. It's really a lot more than most, but most of them have experimented. Like I believe Jonathan Majors has experimented with men. I believe that. I don't think he's all the way straight. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Howard. I think Carlos X. I think you're right. Is it Howard Rollins? It was I think you're right. Let me do a quick Google search. I think that's the right name. the black actor that died of HIV/AIDS, and they found out like he was like really gay, like he was like really gay. So much so that he really believed that he was a woman trapped in a man's body. Howard Rollins. Yep, I think that's him. Yep, that's him. Yep, this guy right here. This is the guy that I'm talking about. I would see him in these old like shows. And I was like, what? He seemed like he was like one of the tough guys on the shows, like one of the alpha males. But he was like really on the, you know, yikes. That was, because people don't really like to talk about that part of his life where he basically he kind of like mentally fell off and really was, Howard Rollins, man, that's the guy I was talking about. And then he ended up dying from AIDS. Yeah, man, that's exactly the guy I was talking about. Thank you, man. Thank you. Because I remember I was like, him? Absolutely not. No way. Man, that's crazy. Yeah, that's the guy I'm talking about. Carlos X said, well, to be an A-list actor, the gatekeepers want you to show you're a team player by doing gay stuff. And unfortunately, that's like, if you actually want to do it the right way and not go through the usual gatekeepers, it's going to be a lot harder for you. It's going to be a lot harder for you. Or you better hope that people like you, right? So I'll say this, in my case, doing music so far, what has helped me is me being okay. There are piano players on the circuit that I know in my state that are way better than me, but they can't call these people because they're flight risks. That's the only reason why there's a lot of gigs that I get is because I'm not a flight risk, meaning because I don't drink, I don't smoke, and I'm relatively single, right? I'm relatively single, so I don't have a girl gonna be all up on me, man. You need to come home, like, so I can go to practice, I can go to a gig if I need to. So I think that's really what helps me out, and then I do set my boundaries, you know what I mean? So, even though I had it tough in high school in terms of people just giving me a hard time, picking on me and stuff, I always respect the fact that they didn't cross uh the rainbow line with me. So they didn't try no fluffy stuff on me. That I will always be forever grateful to those guys in high school for not crossing that line, because I've always made it very clear, do not cross that line. do not do that. Now, unfortunately, people they think they have to do these things and you don't. There's a lot of people, I believe, they end up doing gay stuff, but it's like they end up regretting it, and then you see them, or they end up with the alcohol problem, they end up with drugs problem because they regret it. Even though they get the fame and whatnot, they're just like, man, I sold my like I sold out my whole sexuality for 2 minutes of fame, 2 minutes of screen time. Holly weird. Holly weird for a reason. That's why I like me, I don't even want to step foot in California most times. Like, I remember, like, when I was gonna go on tour, and then I thought they said LA. I was like, oh shit. Like, at first I was like, oh crap. But luckily, like, when I was in the RV with those guys are from Canada. So like they have a different type of niceness. So they're like extremely nice. Like the trumpet player that I was playing with, he would like if you bumped into him, if I'm talking about you bumped into him, he would apologize. That's how Canadians are. So I didn't have to worry about that, when dealing with the Canadian dudes. But yeah, you gotta set your you gotta set boundaries. And some people they just don't. Sorry, a lot of people they don't set boundaries. And I believe this. This is what I believe. If you don't set your boundaries when it comes to drinking and smoking, I believe if you don't set those boundaries starting there, I believe that can lead to fruit booty stuff, right? That can lead to rainbow stuff if you don't, because I think a lot of these things, what happens is, these guys, I believe they will get these guys drunk or they get these guys drugged up on purpose and then they get violated. That's my belief on a lot of these people that end up getting turned out. I think they get turned out, meaning they get violated. I believe these guys get drugged up, meaning somebody puts something in their drink. And I'm talking about the guys. They get drugged up, they get put in a room with cameras, and they end up doing things that they don't remember, and that ends up becoming their life. That's I believe that stuff happens. So I believe if you don't set your boundaries when it comes to alcohol and drugs, like I go to these spots, I don't accept no drinks from nobody. I don't accept no drinks from nobody. I don't smoke because I know people be spiking they be putting weird stuff in people's weed. I don't even not even weed because I don't trust people at all. So I can't do it. I can't do it. All right. Somebody said Garrett. Oh yeah, shout out to the War Band. Shout out to Garrett Grant, man. Shout out to the War Band. TD Sports Card says Sheen has HIV. One that shocked me back in the day was the Brady Bunch dad. Well, yeah. Let me leave that alone. But Charlie Sheen didn't that didn't surprise. If people do the research behind Charlie Sheen, he was messing with little boys. People won't put that out there, but he was messing with little boys as well. He was messing with boys. And that's allegedly. I'm gonna put that allegedly out there, but just do the research behind Charlie Sheen. He was messing with boys and dudes, obviously as well. But he was messing with boys. Carlos X said the Diddy special elixir. Oh man, that's crazy. That is crazy. That is crazy. The Diddy special elixir. Oh man. Oh man. Let me see this. Yo, look at this. Look at this highlight reel. They said this is what happens when Caitlin Clark gets the basketball and the WNBA players, they turn into Draymond Green. Yeah, those are facts. Oh man. LeBron James is so memeable. It's so funny, man. He said the WNBA finna start finding them girls $250. 250. That's hilarious. Look, I want you guys look at this tweet right here. Look at this tweet. Somebody said the WNBA finna start finding them girls $250. So how in the NBA they find them 25 grand or 250 grand for certain stuff. So in the WNBA, since they don't make no money, they're gonna find them girls $250. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. He said they're gonna have to put those fines on Klarna. That's wild. Hey, yo, man, that's crazy. He said supposedly Sheen violated Corey Haim. Yep. Yep. And a lot more. And a lot more. Remember, Kendrick Lamar had dropped a song, right? So I want people to pay attention to this. Kendrick Lamar, his last track on his newest album. And he was talking about how let's take it off the actors and celebrities in terms of he was talking about how the rappers that he knows, a lot of your favorite rappers, they were violated when they were kids by male family members, and they hide it. I'm talking about, and because what had happened was because Kendrick Lamar's album was kind of like low key, very like left leaning liberal type stuff in there. So a lot of a lot of the people in the RP and the right were kind of like, nah, F that album. But I listened to the album, and that last track in the album, he was talking about how there were, oh yeah, Busy Bone. Busy Bone admitted that, yeah, shout out to Busy Bone being strong enough to admit that he got violated by a male family member when he was younger. So like these things happen, man. And like I said, people don't really want to actually solve the problem. We just want to shame him. Even when it comes to like the OnlyFans 304s. Garrett Grant, I hope you're still listening right here. So when I always say I'm not really, I believe people don't want to really solve the real problem that we have in the United States, right? Particularly when it comes to single mothers, right? People will talk about how these OnlyFans 304s, they're talking crazy on these podcasts, and you got these right-leaning guys. They like to go on these shows like Whatever Podcast, Fresh and Fit, and these things just to try to make themselves look morally better than OnlyFans and spicy film content stars, just to put them over them. But really, people don't want to address the real issue. We got a whole bunch of women, boys, girls that are being raised by way too many people. All types of babysitters, all types of stepfathers, stepmothers, and we already know the abuse rates when it comes to stepfathers. So, when are we actually going to start addressing the real issue? Particularly when it comes to single mothers, where they're putting their kids, I'm talking about single mothers are putting their kids in positions, boys and girls. They're young boys and they're young girls. Single mothers are because now single mothers are way more in prominence. Single mothers are now having a more hand pick. They're getting they are more influential in terms of raising kids now. Now it's common to see a single mother raising a kid, quote unquote, by herself. So now that you have a rise of the single mothers, you got these babysitters, all these babysitters around these kids, all these stepfathers and the stepfather's cousins being who, first of all, the stepfather's not related to the kid, let alone a stepfather's brother or a stepfather's cousin or a stepmother's brother or stepmother's. We got all these this culture of step this, step that. We got all these different people raising part of raising kids that are not theirs. And then we're shocked when we got women saying that, oh, I wanted to be a P star when I was 14 years old. How did she come to that conclusion at 14? How? How did she come to that conclusion at 14? How you have it where you got a whole bunch of particularly black men saying that they lost their virginity at 12 years old to their babysitter and stuff like you just or the old lady across the street take losing her virginity to a woman the elder church lady at a certain age. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no protector. There's no protector. You know what I mean? You got all these different people now raising people's kids. Like the kids are not being raised by their biological. It's literally common to see kids not being raised by their biological parents. And if they do have two parents, both of them are working. They're not there. So you got all these babysitters, you got all these people stepping in. You just have to hope that the parent's sister or brother is not a creep. So this is the real problem. But like I said, even the conservatives, they're simps because they don't want to address like, look, we have particularly a single mother raised culture where we're dropping off kids in daycare. We're always dropping off kids to everybody else but the father, but the biological father. And we're just shocked that we got all these women. They want to be they want to be on OnlyFans. They think it's plausible. Or I'm literally I was talking to a woman who was 18 or 17 at the time, and she was saying, "Oh yeah, I knew that I liked grown men by the time I was 13." I was like, "By 13? What do you mean?" So I'm like, "How can you come to that conclusion at 13?" That means she was in the streets when she was like 9 or 8 years old, 9, 10 years old. So you got especially in the hood, you got women losing their virginity at like ridiculous, like single digit age. So it's really bad there. Like forget the community. The community is dead. It has no chance of coming back. Then now you got just single mother single mother culture. Just, you know what I mean? Like, it's mainstream. But the problem with when you're dealing with single mothers, they are way too used to passing off their kids to strangers. They're just too used to doing that, and we're facing the consequences to that. But like I said, even a guy like a Andrew Wilson, who people are trying to tell me is a genius, but even a Andrew Wilson is not going to talk crazy about single mothers because he married one. He married one. He actually married a single mother that actively who actively Andrew Wilson married a single mother who actively kept the first baby father's kids from them. So like, so this, like, if we actually want to solve the actual problem. But that's why I found that the conservative simps, they don't want to actually solve the real problem. They want to make themselves look higher than porn stars. And that, to me, that's even lower than, like, to me, like, if like you're virtue signaling, talking about you're virtue signaling to strippers and OnlyFans models. Do you want a cookie for that? I mean, really? This is what we're doing. This is what's getting the most views on YouTube, having a panel of 304s around. And you want me to give you cookies because you think you're better than the average 304 who basically never had a chance of living a normal life because she probably got touched when she was a kid. Because her single mother was reckless. Her mother was reckless when she was a teenager. She got pregnated by a guy. She either got impregnated by a guy that was a good guy, but she didn't want to stay with him, or a guy that she knows she had no business being impregnated by. Ends up being a single mother. Cycle, and then like I said, as a single mother, they don't stop dating. They'll have all these boyfriends over at their house, all these different men coming in and out of the house, all these different babysitters, and you and then meanwhile, they call us crazy because we'll say, "Look, I don't want to date a single mom." And then they'll say, we're crazy for that." But shouldn't you be more suspicious with a guy that wants to be a single that wants to be a stepfather? Wouldn't you be more, because they say that we're creeps, like, us in the RP space, we're creeps for saying, "Oh, I don't want to be with a single mom," but we're like not even, because we're saying we don't want to be around, we don't want to raise another person's kid. But then you trust a person that's willing to raise somebody that's not there. Shouldn't you, like, not trust that person? But like I said, because when you're dealing with particularly single mothers or just women in general of that ilk that think a certain way, it's impossible. You cannot reason with that. You can't reason with that. So you're having all these kids being passed around in daycare, in school, basketball programs where the coach has to end up driving these kids home. It's just, and then people wonder why these young ladies, they want to be P stars. They've already been messed up. They've already been ruined. There's nothing you can do with that. And then you're gonna just for the OnlyFans model to go on a panel to hear a self-righteous tradcon trying to act like he or she is better than the person. But really, if we want to solve the problem, the real problem is in the churches, where you got these churches now is a haven for these degenerates. But they these degenerates, right? The single mothers looking for a Russell Wilson, but really they're just messing up the game. You know what I mean? It's like they don't ever, like the conservatives, they don't ever want to address the real problem, because all they want to do is virtue signal to porn stars. That's what they want to do, and then talk about what black men are doing with their penises. That's what conservatives are mostly doing. That's my assessment of most conservatives. I'm sorry if I have to put it like that, but I'll go on Twitter on one of these guys or girls conservative page, and most of them is just talking about how, oh, we got to ban pornography, and then this is what ninjas are doing, and this is what immigrants are doing. You're just like, oh my, okay, we're not. It looks like we're not going to solve anything here. It looks like we're not going to solve anything here. Oh man. Oh yeah. TD Sports cards. They're not gonna. There's when it comes to sex trafficking, they don't want to actually solve the actual sex trafficking thing, because the people that are actually guilty of it are the people that run our news stations and the people that are in our political offices. They're the biggest traffickers. So they're not going to do anything about it. They're not going to do anything about it. They're not going to do anything about it. That's why I laugh. Like, I remember when they gave R. Kelly the sex trafficking charge, I was laughing. I was like, what? I'm like, sex trafficking? That's what you give to like an organization. I'm like, this is I said this verbatim. And I hope black people don't get offended when I say this. I said, this is a Negro R&B, a rap sing star from Chicago. What in the hell are you talking about a sex trafficking charge? I was like, what? Is this what we do? We giving Negro R&B stars sex trafficking charges because he had a harem of 304s that were of age. Those girls that were coming out, they were of age. They were like literally 18. They were like 16, 17, 18, or like right at 18. You know what I mean? So I'm like, they be giving that charge to the wrong people. TD Sports Card says it comes down to family values. Most single parents just say be home by 10. Phones have actually hindered this generation. They'll be called the lost generations. Families don't do activities together. And like I said, when you say single parents, it's really single moms. It's okay. Like, it's mostly single mothers, because they've actually done the stats on single fathers. Like, they've shown that single fathers actually, they've shown like a large percentage of single fathers, they actually raise better kids than kids that are in two parents households. Like I said, the father has to be there. The father has to be there. And how's the father going to be there if the mother is being incentivized by the government to kick him out? And like I said, that goes back even historically, when you talk about particularly the black community in the 60s, when this program was implemented. Like, these government agents or these the welfare agents, they would go into these black women's apartments. They'll go into their spots looking for male shoes, looking for belts, looking for they could not have men in the house if they wanted government benefits. So it goes way back. It goes way back. So Carlos X says the babysitter, the step parents, the extended family, the daycare workers, the teachers, the after school program. Good luck getting through the the gauntlet. And we already know most of these people are a lot of these people are mentally ill. You got these people now that they're rainbow, they're rainbow flag affiliated. You got these particularly because it's not just the people could keep because now because in this day and age it's not just the male creeps you got to think about now the young women are creeps. They think they're teenagers in their mind, so they're going after kids. These women will be 32 years old and then they'll be making TikToks be like, I still feel like a 17-year-old, a 16-year-old. And I'm like, do people not find that weird? If a man were to go up there and say, I'm a 32-year-old, but I still feel like a teenager, people would be having their eyes on that guy. You're having teachers making these TikToks talking about I blend in with the students. And I'm like, please act your age. This is ridiculous. But for some reason, people don't find that creepy. So these are the people now working with your kids now. And now let's keep it a buck. Both parents now have to work. All that stuff about stay at home wife, those days are over. Both parents have to work. So nobody's there at home now. Nobody's there at home. So you have to hope that their support system is not like you have to hope that that support system that they have are not full of weirdos. Or you're toast as a boy or a girl. Mind you, a boy or a girl. Because a lot of boys have been taken advantage of. Hell, your priest also. I think he was a cardinal or diocese was caught last week in Tampa. I think with a young boy. Yeah, it's like the Catholic priests have, I, you know, I don't understand the murder that they've gotten away with. And I'll say this: I know this space has given Shiniad O'Connor a lot of stick, but she was right about the Catholic priests. Let's keep it a buck. Shiniad O'Connor was right about the Catholic priests. I know she was like a full, full court, feminazi, LGHGTV type woman, but she was right about the Catholic priest. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. Like these people, I don't even know why people put their kids around these people. I don't get it. And the Catholic priests, they don't even get punished. They don't even get punished. But you got to understand, like a lot of another thing that people don't realize, the mob, when we talk about the mafia, the mob is still here. So the mafia, they're still here. They didn't go anywhere. They own casinos now. They own they have video games, right? They have Twitch channels, they have YouTube channels, they have companies, they have vending machine businesses. They're just legit now. But the mafia and the mob, they never went anywhere. So the mob and these people, I believe there's a connection between the mafia and the cathedrals, the Catholic cathedrals that are still here, that are still financed. I believe there's a connection there. That's my opinion, but I could be wrong about that. I believe there's a connection there. He said, yeah, TD's sport car, wasn't it 10 to 15 years the Vatican was catching cardinals left? Yeah, like I said, the Catholics, the Catholic priests it's basically full of pedophiles. Like people keep talking about church and Catholicism. I'm like, that's not the answer. That's still that space is still full of weirdos. So Carlos X said, when I got out of college, I worked at a boys' home for a little less than a year. Most of the boys were there for violating other kids, but most of them were violated themselves before that. Exactly. Yep. So a lot of those boys, they will violate other kids. I'm talking about they will be 16, 17 years old violating kids. And then you'll find out they were violated as well when they were younger. So it's a very twisted cycle. And really, those kids like that have been touched, they really need to be put on a registry as well. Not because of it's just like I said, it's just hurt people, right? You know, the common saying, hurt people. So like I remember there was a pastor that I knew. I'm not gonna put his name out there, but he said like he doesn't hire people that were molested. And people thought that was harsh, but he said like when it comes to the youth ministry that I got, I cannot have people that were molested when they were kids or uh, you know, and I understood why he did that. So he said if you had a history of that, you can't work you can't work in the youth ministry. And that makes sense because it's just, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. Okay, here's a question for you. Who has the richest business in the world? It's probably a religious sect that has the richest business in the world. It's probably something. It probably has to do something with religion. I don't know which one, but it's probably a religious sect that has the most money in the world. Probably, I think it could be the Vatican because they got like the money that they got. It would actually shock people if people did the research behind that sect, those sect of people, and what they've been hoarding and what they have. Oh, so I was right. The Vatican. Yep. So TD Sports says the Vatican, they get 30% of all the churches. That's like I said, that's some mafia type stuff, man. That's some mafia type stuff. But yeah, the people got to do their research on the Vatican. Like that. When I look at the Vatican, I think of them like this, right? Hold on. Let me I don't know if I can bring up the show. Have y'all seen Castlevania on Netflix? Yo, have any of y'all seen Castlevania on Netflix? Let me see if I can bring it up. Let me see if I can bring up and how like basically the Vatican and the Catholic people were basically, it was basically a gang. That's how I look at them. That's how I look at the Vatican and these people. And they turn out to be very evil people. Let me see if I can share this tab. So you remember, like, yeah. Let me see, Castlevania. Let me see if I can search up the Pope. When the Pope gave his speech, the dude with the long nails. Let me see. And I'll say this in Castlevania. Look, man, Dracula, I know he's a demon, but he gave the city ample. Oh, yeah, the Archbishop. Yeah, the Archbishop. He gave them ample time to evacuate that city. He said, didn't he say he gave them a year or something crazy like that? He gave them a year. And imagine the devil incarnate, the Dracula. He said, yo, I'm gonna give y'all a year to evacuate because y'all killed my wife. But I'm gonna give you guys a year out of respect for my wife, of her being a great human being. I'm gonna give you guys a year to evacuate. And these people stay. And then he basically rained hellfire. All the demons rained basically took over the city. But the folk, they brought that upon themselves. They were idiots. Let me see if I can open the image. Yeah, like those guys, when I see these guys, they don't look right. They don't ever look right. The Vatican. Oh yeah, and then let's not forget the small hat mafia. Let's not forget about the small hats. V said we should start a mafia. I'll say this: our space, they're treating our space like we're the mafia now. So what they're talking about, male supremacy list. I'm like, are you serious? How about this here? Let me take it a step further. This is how idiotic. Like, let's look at the logic here. Because I hate the thing where they do when they try to mix in the incels and the RP. Like they try to put the incels, like the incels are part of our space, but they're clearly not. They're the direct opposite of our space. But let's talk about the incels for a second. Here you have a group of people that are not even part of the sexual market, and yet they get all the blame of what's going wrong. This is how I'm like, have people lost their minds? Here you have a group of people that are not even affecting anything, but they're talking about, man, these guys, they've actually done the studies. The incels are actually the least violent group of people when it comes to like registered groups and shit like that. They're like the least violent people. The only person that they can bring up is Elliot Rodgers. That's the only thing they hang their hat on, and then they blame every dude for that happened. And even with that specific shoot, with that incident, mostly men were affected. So it's like, bruh, they like, people talk about the incels like they're like these demons, but I'm like, you have these guys are not even sexually involved in the sexual marketplace, but they're getting all the blame of what's going wrong in the sexual marketplace. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? But like I said, I know how the world works. I know how, like, remember when 9/11 happened and they blamed all the Muslims for a group of people, or they basically blamed a whole country, even though the Saudi Arabians were like, actually it was us. It's not, but they're like, oh no, we still got to go to what's it, Iraq, Iran, whatever. they they got a whole sect of people that got the blame for some ish that merchants did. But like I said, you need a boogeyman. The normies need a boogeyman. The normies, they need a boogeyman. So they always need a scapegoat. Let's bring it back to sports. Anytime something went wrong with the who could I use for an example? Who could I use for an example? Any team that Kyrie Irving was on. Any team that Kyrie Irving was on post LeBron. Anything that went wrong with the team, he took the blame. Anything that went wrong, he took the blame. I have a perfect soccer example, but I know most people are not, on the soccer thing. But I'll say, or like in football, right? When Odell Beckham Jr. was was very polarizing. Anything that went wrong with the Giants, Odell Beckham Jr. would get the blame. Even though Eli Manning was washed by the end of his career and nobody really had the balls to say it because his last name was Manning. But this is how it works. This is how it works. You always need a boogeyman. I have a perfect soccer example, though. Let me see. They're a good book. Yeah, the incels, they're a good boogeyman. Somebody said the creepy basement dwelling incel. Yeah, the way they'll portray incels on TV, it'll be hilarious. They always chose like a really small, like skinny looking, frail guy. And then they'll have like these guys, they'll be like, we deserve sex. We are tired of, and I'm just like, I'm just looking at it like, the incels that I've seen online, the few incels that I've seen online, they don't come across as hateful. They come across as very like self pity, meaning they really rip on their own genetics more than anything. They're like more black pill more than anything. They're just basically cursing themselves for not looking a certain way. It's really the conservatives that will be like, the woman have to I'm a good man. The woman has to like me because I'm a good man. I'm a God-fearing man. It's really more the conservatives that do kind of that. The incels, they're really more like self-loathing. Like they're like on their looks and on their genetics. So this is why I've never understood that dichotomy. A whole class of people that are not even involved in the sexual market, but they're getting all the blame. It's like, I'll try to explain that logic to the normies, but it goes over their head. It goes over their head. But I'll say this, me personally, I don't like it when people, go after easy targets. I don't like that shit. I don't like that shit. Because like all of the athletes that I grew up loving, Terrell Owens, Allen Iverson, Mario Balotelli from overseas, soccer player, black Italian soccer player. So you already know he went through it. So you already know he was going through it. So Paul Pogba, who else? Another soccer example that I could use? That's all I can come up with right now. But another basketball example I could use, Russell Westbrook. That's the perfect man. Basically every time anything goes wrong, especially when he was on the Lakers, they blamed Russell Westbrook for everything instead of really putting the blame on the GM, Rob Pelinka, for not understanding having Russell Westbrook, LeBron James, AD, and then they had Rondo at one point on the floor. Who's gonna stretch the floor? This is a terrible fit. This is a terrible fit. This is a terrible, like, we were like, this is a terrible fit. Russell Westbrook is gonna have to come off the bench. But nah, they were just they were just so hell bent on blaming Russell Westbrook for everything. I was like, damn. I'm like, I'll be wondering, who did Russell Westbrook piss off? But like I said, with Russell Westbrook, him and the media, they don't, he doesn't really get along with the media. So I will say this. Once Russell Westbrook retires, I hope there's no complications of him going into the Hall of Fame because of this whole media thing. Because it seems like if you're like a player and you don't have a good relationship with the media, they be trying to stonewall you out of the Hall of Fame, like they try to do with Terrell Owens, where they made him wait like 3 times. Or how about in baseball when they try to act like Barry Bonds is if you ask the average like baseball reporter, they act like Barry Bonds is like evil incarnate. He should Barry Bonds should easily be in the Hall of Fame. He's still not. And I'm like, why? Because he did steroids. I'm like, wait, did he ever even test positive for steroids? But he was on a list. I'm like, did he ever test positive? Like, people don't understand. Like, Barry Bonds ended up, he had a federal case on him for illegal substances. I'm like, why is the FBI getting involved in baseball? What the fuck is this about? Like people, like, I'm talking about the powers that be in the media, they had a real hard on for Barry Bonds. I don't know why that was, but I will say this. So there's one thing I know about Barry Bonds. I know one thing for sure about Barry Bonds. Barry Bonds had a terrible relationship with the media. I mean, the worst. I'm talking about the worst. I'm talking about not even close. Barry Bonds had the worst. I'm talking about player to media relations ever. I'm talking about out of all the athletes, he had it the worst. I'm talking about I'm saying like like Barry Bonds, he would bully the reporters. He would he would talk crazy about the reporters. He did not fuck with the media at all. Like I'm telling you, Barry Bonds did not fuck with the media. I'm talking about at all. That's what I know for a fact about Barry Bonds. And I believe it's that player to media relation is what's stonewalling him from being in the Hall of Fame. Because they keep talking about steroids, but yeah, you let David Ortiz in, you let all these other people in that did steroids or did worse and actually got caught. But you let these people in, but not Barry Bonds, who might be the best player, who might be the best baseball player of all time. And you're just like, oh, okay, this is getting weird. This is getting weird. Oh man. Yeah, Barry Bonds, I don't know why he's not in the Hall of Fame. Even if he did cheat, which I don't like, because people are saying that he did, but it was never confirmed. So I'm like, so if it was never officially confirmed, right, in terms of he never tested positive for a substance, I'm like, so why are just people just running with, oh, he cheated, he's a steroid, and then even then you proceed to put David Ortiz and other steroid users into the Hall of Fame. Or you Mark McGwire, who was a blatant cheater, and he's a hitting coach. I mean, what in the heck? What is going on? What's going on here? So I'm like, what? But like I said, a lot of the times these people, they don't understand. This is why LeBron James is very smart. They made sure, like, his team, they made sure when he was 16, they made sure he was media trained. They make sure he knew all the tricks. So by the time he got into the NBA at 18 and 19 years old, he was already media ready. He was already media trained. So he could never get tripped up by the normal stuff, So that like, to be media trained, you need to have a PR team. Like Mark McGwire was like a blatant cheater. Like, so it was so bad for him. Like he would, like, when he was like in court for the cheating, whatever, they had to remind him that, like, yo, you could, you can you can plead the fifth, that, right? This was like, I was like in high school when, middle school, or I saw the case when I was like in middle school or high school, middle school, high school. I think it happened during middle school, but I analyzed his situation when I was in high school, and I'm like, MLB is full of cheating motherfuckers, but you're gonna single out Barry Bonds, even though he never really tested, he's never tested positive for anything illegal, but they've been on his case. I mean, okay. Like, and even then, people have done, like, analysts have done the trajectory where basically even before the alleged steroid use, they show that he's basically has had 2 Hall of Fame careers. Even I'm talking, they saying like even before the alleged steroid use, they said his numbers then at the time, and the accomplishments that he had, the Golden Gloves that he got, the single player accolades that he got, it was enough for him to be a Hall of Famer already then. So it's just like, what the I don't know why they're stalwart, but like I said, Barry Bonds was very mean to the media reporters. He was not friendly. He was not friendly with the media. I'm talking about, he had the worst media to players relations that I've ever seen. And like I said, I'm a fan of, like, Balotelli, Romelu Lukaku, who else? These people where their media relations is poor as well. But exactly. Barry Bonds, he said Barry Bonds had 3 MVPs like Mike Trout by the age of 29. So Carlos X said Bonds was the 90s Kyrie, meaning that Bonds was just hated. So, meaning sorry, but hated by the media. Like the people fuck with Kyrie, low key. The people fuck like the people got respect for Kyrie. I'm talking about the common people. A lot of people got respect for Kyrie for standing on his nuts when it came to the poke. You know what I mean? They a lot of people got respect for Kyrie for standing on his nuts when it came to the poke. TD Sports Card said it's all media and propaganda. That's all it is. Like, so when you like, people don't understand, like, when you get famous, or if you know somebody that's going to be in the sports world and they're going to get into the entertainment industry, which sports is included in that, you gotta, people don't underestimate media relations, your PR training. You need to have a team that is coaching you and how to, because I know the people that are not PR trained and then they get ripped. They get Allen Iverson, one of the biggest victims of, the media lying on him. Like, now Allen Iverson is getting his flowers now, but during when he was playing, and even when he was in high school, when he got arrested for that bogus shit that he'd even do it. So Allen Iverson has always gotten it hard. Pause. Yeah, Carlos X said before the poke, Kyrie was a media punching bag. That's putting it lightly. And you know what was interesting, Carlos X? People were going so hard on Kyrie, and then once they found out that Aaron Rodgers was lying the whole time, that he didn't put it out there, that he wasn't uh covered as well. Particularly, there was a lot of black reporters that were going way too hard on Kyrie. They did not go hard on Aaron Rodgers like they did on Kyrie. And Aaron Rodgers was lying about his status. I took note of that. I was like, oh, y'all some hoe ass ninjas. Y'all some hoe ass ninjas. Here you got Aaron Rodgers doing whatever the hell he wants to do. At least Kyrie had the courtesy to step away and be like, oh, look, nah, this is what I believe in. I'm not doing that. I'm stepping away. I'm willing to lose those millions of dollars. And it was clear that he was right. Like, this dude couldn't even play at his own stadium. Meanwhile, other uncovered players could play at the same stadium that he wasn't allowed to play. This was the most ridiculous thing. I will never forgive people for falling for that nonsense. That poke nonsense. I will never forgive Americans for falling for that ish. I will never forgive Americans for falling for that. I cannot believe most Americans did that. Because I'm like, if you stick it out for a year, because so now when they realize they made a mistake, all the public sanitation workers or all the government workers, they were able to sue, or they were able to qualify for the money that was owed to them when they were out of the job. New York City owes Kyrie money. That's what they're trying to cover. Why do you think, like, remember when Kyrie got in trouble with that Amazon documentary just for reposting a Amazon documentary, even though Amazon didn't get in trouble for having the documentary and profiting off of it? New York City, they owe Kyrie money. New York City owes Kyrie money. And they're really lucky that Kyrie hasn't sued New York. He really should sue the whole New York City. But you know what's going to happen? I think Kyrie in his mind, because Kyrie's a good dude. I'm pretty sure he went over the logistics of it, and they're probably going to put that on the taxpayer if he was to win his money back that he lost from Brooklyn because he couldn't play in the same stadium that other uncovered players could play at. But I'm pretty sure if he were to win that case, they were gonna put that on the taxpayer. So Kyrie was like, you know what? Let me leave that alone. And when the time comes, I'll probably see if I can get that money out of the NBA instead of just the city of New York. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's a whole rabbit hole I can. That's a whole rabbit hole I can go down. Man, Kyrie is one of the few players that I respect in this NBA. I respect him. I respect Jaylen Brown. I respect Kawhi. Kawhi Leonard's my favorite player in the NBA, though. Just in general, like Kawhi Leonard's my favorite player in the NBA. But yeah, I got respect for Kyrie. I got respect for Jaylen Brown. I got respect for who else? But yeah, outside of those guys, I don't really have respect for any other. Oh man, yeah, that is true. New York is small hat central. New York, we're talking about New York City. That is small hat central right there. Yep, that is small hat central. So they try to put that hat on him that he's anti this for reposting a documentary, and then meanwhile Amazon gets to keep the documentary and they get to profit off of it. I was like, oh, y'all just trying to do my boy Kyrie. Y'all trying to find anything on Kyrie because he was right. But nobody wanted to give Kyrie his props for being right. Nobody in the NBA media had the balls to be like, you know what, Kyrie was right. We got duped. We got duped. TD Sports Car says, we New York is full of cheating lawyers that pat themselves on their own back. I will say one of the funniest jokes, though. This reminds me of a joke. So this came from like an older white guy too, though. He had me laughing when he said this. He said, Chad Ochocinco, right? The football player, right? So Chad Ochocinco, another person that was unfairly targeted by the NFL. But I had to give the older white guy props for saying this. He had me laughing. He said Chad Ochocinco injured his shoulder in his last year of playing football due to patting himself on the back so much. I had to give him his propers. That was funny. But Chad Ochocinco, that was another, like, he was ahead of his time. He was ahead of his time. Chad Ochocinco, he would be great, like in terms of he would be perfect for today, but he was a trailblazer. But when that older white guy said that, I was laughing. He said he got a shoulder injury for patting himself on the back too hard. I was like, oh shit. Oh man. But let's keep it a buck. When it comes to Chad Ochocinco, though, he has changed, but he would do a lot of tomfoolery, not necessarily on the pitch, even though he did do a lot of tomfoolery on the pitch, but he got in some things off the field where I'm like, you could have avoided that, bro. You could have avoided that, you know. But Chad Ochocinco, that's my guy, though. That's my guy. But yeah, anyway, man, let me just go back to what I was saying about the WNBA. In regards to the WNBA, it is what it is. I believe it's the players they're low key they're doing too much to Caitlin Clark because the cameras are there, and since all the cameras are there for Caitlin Clark, they're player hating, so they are targeting Caitlin, but the fouls, they don't seem to be that bad so far. I just hope that when they're targeting, I just hope that they're not doing no Zaza Pachulia stuff, meaning leaving their foot underneath, right? Leaving their foot underneath if she's shooting a three. If they're just knocking her ass to the floor, I don't mind. Because low key, the same thing was happening to Michael Jordan. The same, like, worse stuff be happening to male soccer players. So, you know what I mean? It is what it is. It is what it is. Like I'm talking about like in soccer, whoever's the best dribbler is going to get fouled the most off rip. I'm meaning like he's going to get physically roughed up the most. So that's that, so That unfortunately, that's what happens when you're the best player. Like I'm gonna keep it a buck. That would happen to me. Like remember, like guys, like I grew up in Fairfield County, right? Playing soccer, which basically is a rich man's like sport. You know, in America, is a rich man's sport. You know, so when I would be facing these teams from the suburbs or some of these academies, you know, I'd get fouled, I get targeted a lot because I'll be the only black player, and I'm not playing defense. I'm playing like I'm playing striker or I'm playing up front. So I'd get fouled a lot. I'd be playing winger sometimes, but I'd play primarily up front. I would get fouled a lot, you know. And now most of the time that was because I'd be like the best player, so I'd get targeted a lot, but I would get fouled like really bad. Target so much so like I remember one time I was facing a team and it was late in the game and they were winning. They were up by 1, but I was getting fouled a lot. So much so the ref stopped the game. The ref stopped the game. He said the next person that fouls number blah 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 is gonna get a yellow card. and then it stopped. So like I said, it's you know, they're player hating. I've been a victim of player hating. You know what I mean? Like, so trust me, I'm not being, you know, unsympathetic when it comes to Caitlin Clark. I just hope the WNBA players, they don't take it too far. So I don't want them doing no knee shots. I don't want them doing leg shots. As long as they keep it above the stomach, I'm not going to trip over Caitlin Clark being targeted. But to be clear, she is being targeted. She is definitely being targeted. She's definitely being targeted. And that video of her, of that woman running up to her after the free throw, and then I forgot who, somebody gave the information that, you know, about the girl actually being nice. Like I said, a lot of that is for show. They're just doing that for ratings. They're targeting her because they know it's all for ratings. Everything's a ratings bonanza now. So TD Sports Card said, I still find it funny that Terrell Owens had his own ceremony in despite of them. I was laughing so hard when I heard the news. He said, nah, I'm gonna have my own ceremony. I'm like, I was like, T.O., they already hate you. I'm talking about it. I'm like, they already irrationally hate you. They're gonna hate you even more if you do this. I fuck with T.O. I'm telling you, T.O. is one of my favorite athletes of all time, bro. T.O. is a real ninja, man. Like, he really did it his own way. Now, mind you, T.O. as a person is like, when it comes to his politics, I completely disagree with his politics. But I'm telling you, as a person, I would definitely want Terrell Owens as a friend. Terrell Owens is a real one, guys. Terrell Owens, he's a real one. Don't let his politics fool you. Terrell Owens is a real one. Terrell Owens is a real one, man. Terrell Owens had it hard. And what people don't understand, and thankfully the players today are very privy to this. What people don't understand, a lot of those rumors about T.O. being a bad teammate, they would always come around the time when it was time to renew his contract. So people don't understand the logistics and the media games that are played when it comes to contract time. When it's contract time, all of a sudden certain leaks come out to the media. Oh, he's a bad teammate. Oh, this teammate said this about him during contract time. That's so, because people don't understand, like, T.O. was massively underpaid throughout his career, and that was due to that. And during his time when he was with the 49ers, there was a lot of mixed reports that came out about T.O. when he was when he was with San Francisco. But I'm telling you, T.O. was a real one. This was a guy that really wore his emotions on his sleeve, like Allen Iverson. You know what I mean? But here's the thing about T.O. What people don't even want to give him his credit for. You know how the Philly fans are always known to being like the toughest crowd, and how they don't like nobody, and how they're racist and all this stuff. Dude, the Philly fan base love T.O., bro. To this day, the Philly fan base, they fuck with T.O. They fucked with him. They had his back. Philly fan base, they love T.O. So, and I believe there were people a part of that Eagles organization. I'm not saying no names, Donovan McNabb. I believe there were a lot of people that were part of that organization that was jealous of T.O., of the attention or the adoration that he got from the Philly fans from day one. Day one, because if I'm not mistaken, I think like the first play of Terrell Owens' Philadelphia Eagles career was like a 70-yard touchdown catch. it was like a home run. It was like a home run for the Philly fans. There's something interesting, but they fucked with T.O. They fucked with AI. You know what I mean? They fucked with Allen Iverson. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I mean? Those guys, like I'm telling you, Allen Iverson, Terrell Owens, those are real. Those were people talk about why aren't athletes authentic? Why aren't they themselves? Because we had players that were themselves and they got crucified for being themselves. And we have an example of that today. Russell Westbrook and Kyrie Irving. They're themselves, they get crucified by the media. Balotelli, he's himself, he gets crucified by the media. And a lot of people don't understand, a lot of the times it's not necessarily just to do with race, but a lot of the times it's just the agent that you have and the PR team that you have. And who you and like I said, guys like Terrell Owens and Allen Iverson, they didn't pay off nobody in the media. They don't got nobody in the media on their payroll. That's why I said LeBron James was smart. He made sure he have his people in certain media spots so they can make sure his name stays respected. Michael Jordan low-key did. Michael Jordan and his media team, they did the same thing. They make sure they have certain people in the media that they pay, or they make sure they give them interviews all the time to keep them in their pocket so they don't ever bad talk them. It's always about PR, relations, and all that. That's what it's about. But yeah, man, shout out. I'll say the shout out to Caitlin Clark. Man. Also, yeah, I went way over time, guys. I went way over. I did another 4-hour stream. I did not know this was gonna go 4 hours, man. So I do. Let me sign off. I gotta sign up because it's 2 a.m. where I'm at. It's 2 a.m. where I'm at. So I gotta shower and I gotta go to bed. But man, thank you, man. Thank you for sticking it out with me today. Because I had no idea this show was gonna go this route, even though this was supposed to be a sports show. Yeah, Ahmad Rashad. You think Ahmad Rashad is gonna talk about Michael Jordan being an asshole? No. This is strategy. They make sure they give certain reporters interviews. They make sure those reporters get certain jobs. LeBron James basically has his own media company, and on top of that, hires people within that and make sure these guys, you got clutch sports agents as ESPN reporters. It's the funniest thing. He's smart for that. He's smart for that because look what happens to the players that have no protection. Look what happens when they don't pay off certain people in the media. Look what happens to their name. Look what happens to their name when they don't got certain people pay off. You got like if you're an athlete, you got to make sure certain people in the media are paid off. You have to make sure your name stays clean, because there was a lot of crazy news. I remember it was like a WNBA came out and said that LeBron James was trafficking me. Now the report seemed crazy as hell, which I never believed, but it was interesting. They never showed that news on ESPN, even though it was people knew about the news. But that's what happens when you have certain people paid off, or if the media likes you, right? Shannon Sharp was very smart with this. So when Shannon Sharp was playing, people don't understand the long-term game. And this, I wish athletes kind of understand the game that Shannon Sharp played, right? Shannon Sharp was very smart. He was always available for the media when they asked him questions. He made sure he was funny. He made sure he was entertaining. He made sure the reporters were all involved in the jokes. So any negative report that would come out against Shannon via mainstream, it was even brought to the mainstream because he had that relationship with the reporters. He developed that rapport. You know, it's that's what you're supposed to do. Because if you just give those guys a little bit of crumbs, they'll treat you like a god. It's smart. It's smart. Yeah, Ahmad Rashad is never going to say a negative word about Michael Jordan. Please. He's never going to say a bad word. He would go golfing with Michael Jordan, all that. These guys, what? You think Kendrick Perkins is really going to say anything crazy negative about LeBron James? Or what? Who's another person I can bring up? But like, yeah, LeBron literally has like Clutch Sports clients in the media, doing media, reporting, doing draft analysis. It's crazy, you know. But anyways, I do gotta sign off, man. Thank you guys, man. Thank you guys for tuning in. Everybody, there was a couple of new viewers, man. TD Sports, thank you for tuning in, because I didn't even know that we was gonna go this route, man. Thank you guys for tuning in. TD Sports, GBT, I think it was like Greater Something Transportation. Thank you for tuning in. Carlos XV, thank you, man. Garrett, thank you. The shout out to the Warband members that chimed in. Walt Chamberlain, all these guys, man. Thank you, guys. I gotta sign out. Nick wrong. Oh yeah, Nick right. He's definitely a Clutch. Isn't he like literally a Clutch Sports client? He's literally a Clutch Sports client, like an open Clutch Sports client. And he's allowed to talk about basketball. It's the funniest thing. But anyway, anyway, I gotta sign off. I gotta sign off, man. But thank you guys, man. Thank you, man. Have a great night, guys. You too, man. Thank you for tuning in for 4 hours, man. That's crazy, man. Thank you guys. And I'm gonna sign off on this.